news.
Tune in to Nightlife with Philip Clark and Indira Naidu.
True fear is a full-body experience. Could the secret to recovering from fear be in our DNA?
Thought-provoking discussions to get you through the night.
Many men from middle age onwards find themselves depending on their spouses for most of their social interactions. We're going to explore how and why. So many men seem to struggle to maintain friendships.
Nightlife, every night from 10 p.m. on ABC Radio. Grandstand Rugby League.
5 out now from that Gold Coast Titans line. This is last play Newcastle. Clune running crossfield bomb. He's got chasers out there. Dominic Young is on the end of it. It was tipped away by the Gold Coast Titans. Dominic Young did the bit of crumbing, goes in to score, puts it down, and the Newcastle Knights are on the board first. 8 metres out now from that northern goal line. Randall dummy half comes across to find Clune. Now centre field man takes on Fasumala Aoi. Defensive reinforcement comes in the shape of Isaac Liu. He stopped 7 shy of that northern goal line now. They waste no time, the Knights. It's with Lee in the corner again. Nice cut-out ball, fed wide by Clune. Edric Lee runs around to improve the angle, and he has back-to-back tries, by the way, from that Gold Coast Titans line. Randall comes open side right. Off to Clune. Feeds it back to the right, Milford. Long, loopy cut-out ball for Dominic Young, who goes to fend and slams it down in the corner. 20 seconds left here. He's 8 in from the eastern side. Opportunity late here for the Gold Coast Titans. They trail 18-0 in this first half of footy. Oh, picked up here by Tuwala. That was Big Tino's pass. Untidy. Tuwala run down by Patrick Herbert. He had 5 to go, and he stopped him. 4 seconds left. Quick play the ball. Thompson dummy half. Kick comes to the corner for Edric Lee, who takes it on the 4-me in goal and goes in to score. Right on the half-time siren.
2022 Grandstand Rugby League.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Newcastle 22, the Gold Coast Titans 0, and the big 3 trekkers for the Mark Hughes Foundation have just made their way into Hunter Stadium doing their victory lap, which caps off that 150-kilometre
ABC News, good evening, I'm Kerry Worthington. Unions, the Liberals and the Greens are united in their opposition of the state government's decision to privatise parts of Vic Roads. Kate Ashton explains.
Under a multi-billion-dollar deal, a consortium of investors will take responsibility for Vic Roads licensing and registration. Shadow Treasurer David Davis says it's a fire sale.
Victorian motorists, in my view, have been taken for a ride today.
Greens MP Sam Hibbins says the decision is a shocker.
The Victorian government is putting the interests of private profit over the public good.
While the government insists the deal is a partnership and not privatisation, the union representing Vic Roads workers isn't buying it. ASU Assistant Secretary Leon Wiegard.
It's waddling and it's quacking. It's privatisation.
The government says it retains ownership of Vic Roads. The deal expires in 40 years.
The state president of the Victorian Liberal Party, Robert Clark, will step down. The former Attorney-General announced his intention to resign in a letter to members today. He says the party needs a new state president to bring additional skills and experience ahead of the November election. Russian missile attacks on residential areas in a coastal town near the Ukrainian port city of Odessa have killed at least 18 people and injured dozens. The BBC's Joe Inwood reports from Kyiv.
The missile struck while people slept, hitting the building at 1 a.m. In footage released by Ukraine's emergency services, firefighters can be seen climbing over the ruins. A woman can be heard crying in the background. The missile is said to have been launched from over the Black Sea, where yesterday Russian forces abandoned their base on the strategically important Snake Island. They claim to have left as a gesture of goodwill. Footage of what appears to be Ukrainian attacks on the base suggest otherwise. It had been hoped the liberation of Snake Island would make places like Odessa safer. It seems those hopes may have been premature.
Australia's health ministers will promote the availability of antiviral therapies for COVID-19 as increasing case numbers put pressure on the health system. They've made the commitment at the first meeting of health ministers since the federal election, which has discussed challenges facing the country's hospitals. The federal government says it's asked the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee to review eligibility criteria for the treatments. Environmental law experts believe some of Australia's largest emitters have benefited from the flaws in the nation's carbon credit scheme. The program allows businesses to generate credits for reducing carbon dioxide emissions. It was a major plank in the Morrison government's Direct Action Plan to help Australia achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Energy Minister Chris Bowen has announced a thorough review of the program, which has been welcomed by environmental law expert at ANU, Professor Andrew McIntosh.
We're not suggesting that the proponents, the people who are running these projects, are deliberately fraudulent or they're in any way breaking the law. The problem's with the system. So it's not individuals who are benefiting from this. It's the system that's broken, and it's a product of essentially bad governance structures.
A Victorian council is urging Southern Rural Water to investigate the effect of groundwater extraction on the ailing Anglesea River. Rachel Clayton reports.
Aluminium company Alcoa wants to take 17 gigalitres of water to fill the void left by its former Anglesea coal mine. But after intense community concern over the health of the river, the Surf Coast Shire is calling for an urgent investigation into the impacts of groundwater extraction. The council says it won't support the extraction unless Alcoa can prove it will not harm the river. Data shows the river's flows dropped to about 10% of long-term averages, despite normal or higher rainfall in the years Alcoa took groundwater for its mine.
To sport, and in the AFL, Melbourne's been dealt a huge blow on the eve of its clash against Adelaide. With confirmation young gun Luke Jackson will miss the encounter due to a suspected knee injury. With captain Max Gawn already out, the Demons will now be without a recognised ruck for the matchup with the Crows. In cricket, Australia's beaten Sri Lanka by 10 wickets inside 3 days in the first test in Galle to take a 1-0 series lead. Sri Lanka was dismissed for just 113 in its second innings, with Nathan Lyon and Travis Head taking 4 wickets each. The visitors needed less than an over to score the 5 runs required for victory. The result was Australia's second fastest test win since 1946. The Weather Bureau is warning frosts are forecast tomorrow in parts of the northern country, northeast and Gippsland. Mostly cloudy for the state, on and south of the ranges with isolated light showers. Melbourne partly cloudy with a chance of morning fog and some light drizzle in the west. This is ABC News.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
Woohoo! The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores the level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45, starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the Immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big top.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out there. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
Do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The
the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Bells to Vanderbilt. Sweeping hand pass to the board. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Carlton Football Club are an absolute wagon in season 2022. Tonight they're playing to go equal top. They're coming off their best performance of the year, according to their coach in Michael Voss, with victory over Fremantle. And yet tonight is so much about their opponents in St Kilda. The Saints in free fall. Just 3 weeks ago they sat fourth on the premiership table. They are now 10th, having lost their last 3 games. The ink is not dry on a new contract for coach Brett Ratton. And the spectre of Alistair Clarkson hangs over the competition and every embattled coach in the game at the moment. Tonight, they'll get an audit up against the Blues, who are up and about. This is Friday Night Footy. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. And even if we just like to say it to ourselves, happy 90th birthday to the ABC, who just celebrated a huge milestone. And footy has always been a part of the ABC, which launched on June 29, 1932, the first ever grand final that was commentated by the ABC. The national broadcaster was the 1932 VFL grand final, and every single grand final since, as this competition continues, and the ABC's partnership with it as well tonight. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Alongside me is Kelly Underwood. It's so good to see you, Kel. How are you?
I'm very well, Corbin. You did say to me, look at me, when you said happy 90th then, and I nearly fell off my chair. I mean, I feel old. It is the middle of winter, but please. No, it's great to be back. So a couple of Friday night fizzes over the last month, so I'll just let you guys do the heavy lifting while I tapped out for a while. And I can't wait to hear from all three of you what I've actually missed, because the last game before I took a couple of weeks off was just before the Saints bye. They were 8-3. I arrived here tonight. I thought I'm going to see one of the hottest teams in the first half of the competition. And as you know, when you walk in and it's a sellout, there's people everywhere, and you get familiar faces with the security guards and the service staff and officials and the doorman at the lifts, and they're all asking me who I was going to tip, and I said the Saints, and I was getting this bizarre look every time I said I'm on the Saints tonight. So what have I missed over the last month? I can't wait for Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse to fill me in.
They're here as always. Just before we introduce both Mick and Lingy, Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. David Rath is going to join us, the footy boss of the Saints. I've got a little public service announcement. So for people that are making their way to the ground, the Firelight Festival is on in Docklands over the next 3 days. So Friday through to Sunday. General admission is sold out tonight. But from 4 p.m. till midnight each evening or afternoon, Harbour Esplanade is going to be closed between Burke Street and Latrobe Street. So that's North Burke Street, South Latrobe Street, and Merchant Street is also closed from Burke Street. So essentially you can't get a park underneath. You can't get too close to the ground at all. So the recommendation is to come either via the rideshare outlets or through public transport.
It would have been handy if you told us all that about 2 hours ago.
It's a little late on that information, isn't it?
But
I've got it now, and I'm letting you know as soon as I can. And people that are sitting in their car are probably thinking, what is that information worth now that I'm in this particular situation? I mentioned Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse as always. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Great to see you. Great to see you, Cal, Mick, and good evening to everyone out there. Cal,
what have I missed,
What
Lingy?
you have missed. St Kilda have turned into one of the easiest teams to play against in the entire AFL, barring perhaps North Melbourne. Even West Coast right now putting up a little bit more of a fight than what St Kilda has over the last couple of weeks. You missed a little hiccup from Melbourne for a few weeks, but they reminded everybody last week that they are a pretty damn good team. Brisbane Lions are fired up again last night. Cats are just going along quite nicely, Cal, with a little grin on my face as I say that. And the biggest ticket in town is the Blues.
Yeah.
When Charlie Curnow gets up and about and flying, he's, I think the roar when Curnow goes near the footy right now is the biggest in the AFL.
And we're going to hear it here tonight, aren't we? Because officially a sellout, and that's right, Corbin, you could not get a car park underneath. I think I've been coming every Friday night for the last 10 years, and it's never, ever happened. So, incredible.
Mick, it's lovely to see you as always.
Corby, good to be here, and to see you too, Kel, looking so good.
Did you miss me?
Of course we miss you. Now Matt's down the other end going, no, you didn't. Yes, we have, Kel. We love it. And Lingy, of course, the coach of his boys, who are doing very well, and to all the listeners. So it's been an interesting absence time. We thought originally that the 8 would stay as it was a few weeks ago. Now we've all changed our mind, and course, we got a bit nervous about Melbourne losing those 3 games and thinking, hello, who's going to take over? But that's all being settled, I think. Again, Geelong have got the easiest draw. I don't know how that keeps working out. They are still the oldest side, and I've changed my mind of thinking that they're going to finish 8th to the point now I reckon they'll win the premiership.
Geelong.
Yep.
I think they'll win the flag.
Did we hit record on that? Wow. That sounded
no,
good
I
to
do.
me.
I do. Well, you know, look, I picked Essendon at the beginning of the year, so
Actually, Mick, take that back right now.
so I'm going really.
It's a cat's curse.
And it was only 2 weeks ago that I declared Tom Stewart a certainty for the Brownlow.
Oh no! Oh no!
So I got those both wrong. But I did pick pre-season. I did pick Sam Walsh.
Ah, very good.
So I reckon
that's
coming off 40 last week.
Well, the only danger to him, of course, will be probably his captain.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and getting back to what Lingy's point about the Saints, why do we keep seeing this horrible St Kilda appear at the wrong time of the year for a long time? It's not 1 week; it's 4 or 5 weeks, and I will say right now, no one can leave the zip open through the corridor like the Saints can, and the other sides just fill it up and whooshka, and all of a sudden they find themselves 5 goals down. It annoys the hell out of me.
I've missed those special comments. Is it do or die for St Kilda tonight? If they drop this one and it's 4 in a row, can you see them possibly
not
making the 8?
Not with their draw. Because they're going to have to then change everything around to beat sides that are probably better than them. And right now they struggle to beat sides that aren't better than them. So this is, sad as it may seem, this is probably the time. If they've declared themselves had a big week of training, well, they'll probably need to bring that onto the ground tonight.
There's no late change for either Carlton or St Kilda. The 2 Medi subs will set a field for the Blues and Tom Highmore for the Saints. David Rath is going to join us in about 5 minutes. So much of it's framed through the coach. I mean, that's the game that we play. Mick, AJ Liebling, the great boxing writer, once wrote that boxing is like chess played on human bodies, and I feel like that's actually appropriate for football, that it's very much the coach is in the box and he's controlling what goes on, and so he gets a lot of credit when the team wins, and obviously disproportionately gets a lot of blame, as we know, when the team loses. We keep hearing out of St Kilda that the deal's done, it's just a matter of time working through it with his management, but how sharp are these few weeks for Brett Ratten, given that we still haven't officially heard that he has re-signed and he is the coach of St Kilda going forward?
Well, if the signature's not out there in the public, it's not out. And that's the way... I must say, these are one of the annoying things about coaching. You either just get it done or hold it off and tell them you're going to hold it off, but no in between. Well, I mean, what's the detail in between? It's surely if it's figures, well, that's already been discussed. If it's time, that should be discussed. So I'm right now believing that it's been put on hold. I just feel as if that the last 3 weeks have shown why the Saints are always going to be an annoyance for their supporters, that they just can't get that consistency.
I would prefer they back him in. I'm a Brett
one way or the other
fan. I think has got this year a lot out of this group. I question a couple of his calls a little bit. I thought the way that he had them playing, especially around the time they beat Geelong, was really embracing the roles, playing quality football. Bradley Hill was no longer getting junked down back. He was impacting as a high half forward up the ground, back down the ground. I think I said at the time, and a few people sniggered at me, I wouldn't have brought Zach Jones back into that lineup because it's another unaccountable midfielder, whereas they'd actually finally got the balance right in the middle of the ground. Maybe find a different role for him and get him to embrace it, but I wouldn't have put him in the middle of the ground. So that's one question, but that's a minor sort of role thing that Brett Ratten's done. I think overall, he's getting the most out of a lot of these players. Kel Wilkie has turned himself into a terrific defender. Dougal Howard's a terrific defender. I think he, for a period of time, got some of those players I had question marks around playing some really good high-impact footy. And unfairly, so much lands on his shoulders. The old quote from JFK, victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. Right now, it's all on Brett Ratten. Well, is it? I'd question a lot of the list management decisions over the last 5 or 6 years. I'd question just how talented that group is. I think Brett Ratten is doing a good job. Now he's got to step up and do a great job with this group, but I'd like them to back him in and give him the opportunity to do a great job with this group.
So tell me, over the last month, what's changed is their pressure rating has dropped right off. So basically they just haven't brought that intensity. It's been all about the pressure. When their pressure game is on, they are a very good team. And when it's not, who's responsible for bringing the pressure? The first 5 minutes tonight will tell us everything. How on earth, as a coach, Mick, is it knowing how to flick the switch, say the right words to get them turned on and ready to go? Or, Lingy, as a captain, is that something that you sense out there in the first few minutes?
To me, you have to have trained it. It has to be in a focus, fresh, front of mind in the players that is what we're going to do. Plus personnel. I think you've been strong with Jack Higgins about the fact that you're not going to play, even though you're averaging 2 goals a game as a small forward, you won't play unless you do the other stuff as well. But the biggest concern for me is their midfield. Even when those forwards try and put some pressure on to stop the rebound, it is the old proverbial hot knife through butter through the middle of the ground. It is so easy to move it through that. So who's in there? And are they genuinely going to embrace it? Jack Steele does every single time he plays, but is Zach Jones going to? Is Brad Crouch really going to? Seb Ross at his best does it, but I think he picks and chooses. They're the questions I've got. That's where that all comes from. The middle of the ground, St Kilda have got to be better.
They've lost their ability to move the footy as well. So out of their defensive 50 last week, they had 46 chances to transfer the ball inside 50. From their 46, they did it 5 times against the Swans. So completely falling apart in that area. Let's head straight into the St Kilda camp. The footy boss, David Roth, is down there with our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, thank you. David has been good enough to join us down on the boundary. David, everyone at the Saints right now is under pressure, from the coach to the key forward to yourself, the boot starter, probably everyone. Can I ask you just a simple one to start with? How is morale leading into such a big game for your footy club?
Yeah, look, morale's fine. I think it's sort of normal in such a close year when you lose a couple of games. The sort of, the blowtorch comes a little bit. Internally, we're not catastrophising at all. We realise that our performance needs to improve. The Brisbane game was a frustrating loss, but, in reality we had 3 men out during that day, and, it's a reasonably credible performance. But the last 2 games haven't been. The Essendon game started as a bit of a shootout, and we weren't able to capitalise on our opportunities, and then we defended poorly. And then last week I think we improved our defence, but, our offence with it. So you've got a bit of work to do.
This blues song isn't playing too much tonight. I was just going to say, the Essendon loss was so disappointing, and then to dish up the performance in Sydney last week. What confidence do you have that the team will be better out there tonight?
Yeah, look, I think, aspects of your game drift, and there's no doubt that our defence has been very strong most of the year. We went into the Essendon game, knowing that it would be a pretty offensive game, and perhaps our defensive focus was off a little bit. So we did tighten that up. And we've improved that. But, we've taken confidence from the training we've had this week. We've put a little bit more work into actually livening our ball movement up and getting a little bit more, creativity and flair on the ball.
It is going to be some sort of atmosphere tonight, an enormous crowd building, a big Carlton crowd. Great to have you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. David has the cans on. We've got Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
David, really appreciate you joining us before this massive game. Some big ins tonight, some really important ins to the group, and I want to focus in on Jack Higgins. A couple of goals a game he's averaging, but clearly doing some of the other stuff not so well. What's his key focus? Has he been given 1 or 2 clear messages for tonight?
Yeah, Lingy, I mean, he's probably, he's had an inconsistent year. If you look at the votes that, we give internally with the coach ratings, he's had a couple of outstanding games and, getting, 5 out of 5s early in the year, but then he's had a couple of 1s as well. So, he's been up and down, and definitely we feel that he needs to, keep his pressure up. As a small forward, he's a crafty forward, but he's probably not a traditional pressure forward. So, with our mix that we've got there, we need the smalls to put pressure on. So we're looking for him to do that. But we're also looking for him to get up and out a little bit and connect us a little bit more, and that's probably more, a measure of our ball movement, or one of the needs we have there to break perimeter a little bit more and open the game up for us.
David, Mick Malthouse, this is out of left field. Just about your recruitment, it just seems to me that it's just throw the dart at the board, and whoever comes out. Hanbury has proven a disaster really for the Saints in terms of time that you've had to put into him, the amount of money, and also the extent of his contract. Then you look at players like Butler and Higgins seem to be very similar type players. Not a great deal of pressure being put on the forwards. They kick goals, it's good. If they don't, well, they don't really put pressure on. Probably one of your better picks has been Paddy Ryder, but he's 34 and has been outstanding for you guys. But where does it start and where does it finish? Who selects these players? Because you just haven't been able... Even Hill's been patchy and not reliable under real pressure, just against the top sides.
Yeah, look, I respect your sentiments there, Mick. I think, there's definitely strategy that goes into it, and a lot of people have input into it. James Gallagher and his team, put a lot of hours in, and we don't get them all right. We know that. I think some of them have been, some of the ones that aren't as heralded, like Cal Wilkie and guys like that, have been, really good wins. Butler's pressure's okay. It's probably we need to get a little bit more from him on the scoreboard. He's usually our number one pressure player. And Higgins, his output's been a little bit down. So take your points on those two. But I think across the board, we've got to have a couple of free agents as well that have come in. You don't get to pick those in terms of, they're there or they're not, in terms of types. So, yeah, look, it is it's a mixed strategy, I suppose, but there's definitely a fair bit of strategy that goes into it, and it's on all of us. We had a list management committee, of which I sit on as well. So, yeah, I'm part of that decision-making as well.
What for the St Kilda supporters, I'm a former Saint, and I run into a fair few of them, quite frankly, and it keeps coming up with Hanbury. How does he get by? How does he get past what everyone knew about him, injury-wise and unreliable to be able to stay on the ground, and yet he ends up with a 5-year contract? And I think that's where people probably say, look, you can all have the apologies about the other ones, but don't get me wrong, I don't not like the boy. I coached his dad at Footscray, so I know the family, but it just surprised me that it's such a long time to have a player who's produced nothing for you, and knowing full well that he had injuries.
Yeah, I think everyone's frustrated about that one, Dan more than anyone. And he's sort of turned, the world upside down in trying to solve his problems. He's been over to Europe this year and visited, Hans Muller over there to try and get some treatment, and he's trending in the right direction. There's no doubt that, that one hasn't worked, and that was a long-term deal made a fair while ago. And I think, from Sydney he had some injuries, but there was some hope that, he was a quality player who knew how to play, and could play at a high level in big games, and that was something that I think at that time the list management committee went after. No one's denying that one hasn't worked, Mick.
No, that's fine. Look, I'm just an apology for the Saint supporters. I say that, that you're not going to get them all right.
Yeah,
but I guess the frustration is the last remaining Melbourne club that's like 50 years ago or thereabouts for a premiership. So I guess we're all hanging on to see how the Saints go.
Yeah, we're all in chase of that one, mate. There's no doubt about that.
And David, it's Kelly Underwood upstairs. Kelly. Good to catch up with you. It leads me to my next question: who will be the premiership coach when you do eventually lift it up? I'm interested in your opinion. The Brett Ratton question's coming, the feverish speculation, Alistair Clarkson looming large, and yet you worked together with both of them at Hawthorn during those premiership years. I think I'm right in saying you worked at Hawthorn for well over a decade. What have you made about this speculation, given I think people forget that Rats was Clarko's assistant coach for those premiership years, so there's clearly a relationship there, and you know them better than most.
Yeah, look, I think that's just a story that's got a bit of hot air about it at the moment. Rats is our coach and he's coaching our team at the moment, and that process will unfold. I'll leave that to Lethers and Matt Finnis and Andrew Bassett and Rats and his his agents, his management to sort out. I think I can comment on the types of coaches they are, and they're both very different coaches. They both have their strengths. Clarko is no doubt he was an innovator. Or he's an innovator. He's prepared to take risks. He's able to coalesce a group around a shared journey, as you were able to. Very similar in that sense. And Rats is different. Rats is strategically very good. He's very strong. He's a very good relationship coach. He has different strengths to Clarko, but it doesn't mean that one's necessarily more fit for us than the other. We're looking forward to moving forward with Rats.
And you've been described previously as a footy guru and the mastermind behind Clarko's cluster. Could you ever see an opportunity where the two of them would work together again?
Oh, I think we know in footy you never say never, do you? That there's only so many jobs in the caper, and there's only so many clubs around, and the numbers suggest that people cross paths more than once during their career, so I'd never say never.
Any contact with Alistair Clarkson have you had recently this year in his semi-retirement year?
Yeah, it's been an interesting year for him, hasn't he? He seemed to be spending a lot of time in the US and, getting some new ideas over there. We had a really nice dinner at the MCG that he put on for a lot of people that were involved in Hawthorn over that period some months ago. And, that was a great catch-up. So, Chris Fagan, Brendan Bolton, all those guys, Todd Viney, Damien Hardwick, all those people there, that was a great catch-up.
David Rath, the St Kilda footy boss, with us on Grandstand AFL. David, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Can you understand, I guess, the interest or the speculation from the footy world that 3 weeks ago it looked like the team was headed towards a top 4 finish? Brett Ratton was on the verge of re-signing. Now we still haven't heard that contract's actually done, and the team seemingly on field is in freefall, having lost 3 in a row. I mean, how certain are you that he will 100% be the coach next year of the Saints?
Oh, look, I think, Corbin, as I said, I'm really not the person to be commenting on the certainty of that decision. That's something that will unfold with Brett and his management and our senior management, so I won't comment any further on that. What I would say is that this is an incredible volatile season of footy, and that you don't have to look very far to see clubs who have had a dip of 2 or 3 games, and that's in reality what we've had at this stage. The Brisbane game, as I said, was disappointing but credible. The last 2 have been really poor, and we're not the only team to have that dip. We've got to work through that now, but we're not catastrophising at all.
Just before we let you go, St Kilda, along with Essendon and a number of other clubs, I'm sure, haven't ruled out the possibility of recruiting Jordan De Goey, who's obviously an off-contract free agent. As the footy boss, what would be some of the work that would be required in advance if you were to go down that path?
Yeah, look, I think it's the same process with any person you're going to bring to your club that's potentially a free agent or been at another footy club. You speak to as many people as possible to get as much information you can. You have people in your club who have connections, and you put them to work to do their due diligence, and you get a pretty strong network. So you stretch out and find out as much information as you can. You obviously you go into it with some assumptions, and you think some things about people, but sometimes it's about confirming that, sometimes it's about rebutting those ideas. So it's a pretty thorough process, that obviously a very thorough process, but and pretty widespread.
And when would that process begin?
Oh, look, those things happen over a period of time. They've begun with some players already. There's no doubt about that. I don't think there's any secret that clubs are getting information around free agents as the year unfolds. So yeah, those processes are ongoing.
David, really appreciate your insights. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Corbin. Thanks, guys.
David Rath, the footy boss at the St Kilda Football Club. A massive night for the Saints on a 3-game losing skid. They desperately need to win tonight to keep in touch with the top 8. The Blues stand in front of them, coming off their best performance yet under new coach Michael Voss. A chance to go to 11 wins with victory tonight. The full preview next.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app, with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy, round 16 of the AFL Premiership season, and the Saints with the spotlight on them tonight. They've lost their last 3 games. And in the space of 3 weeks, they've fallen from 4th to 10th on the premiership table. The announcement of Brett Ratton's contract is still coming, according to the Saints, but not yet announced. Meanwhile, the Carlton Football Club coming off their best performance of the season, according to coach Michael Voss, after smashing Fremantle around the ball and posting a comprehensive victory last Saturday. This is Friday night footy. My name's Corbin Middlemass, alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, and Tim Hodges, the rest of our commentary team tonight. And it is the annual Carlton Respects game. So for those of you that have just joined us here at Docklands, there are the phone lights that are on of the patrons around Docklands Stadium. The lights have been dimmed, and a strong orange accent around the arena as well in support of that initiative. Carlton launching their Carlton Respects Guernsey tonight as well, which we'll see Carlton wear when they make their way out onto the field. Now, the program itself is Carlton's flagship community program, which aims to educate around gender equality and to prevent violence against women. It's the 7th year that Carlton have done this as an annual event. Ordinarily, they wear the orange socks. Tonight, they're wearing the orange socks, and there'll also be a strong orange tinge to the jumper as well around the neck and the armbands. Obviously mixed in with the navy blue and the white monogram. There's no late change between Carlton and St Kilda. The two Medi-subs will set a field for the Blues and Tom Highmore for the Saints. Good evening, Cal.
Good evening, Corbin. Wonderful to be here. We're in darkness under the closed roof at Docklands at the moment, apart from all the phones lighting up the stadium and a splash of orange at the northern and the southern end. Rather eerie and yet powerful message, and the footy clubs in the AFL do these things really well. Absolutely these days. I'm excited to be here because, as Cameron Ling described them earlier, perfect words. I mean, the Blues are the hottest ticket in town. And any time Charlie Curnow goes anywhere near the ball, there's just that roar that puts the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. So it's officially a sellout. Could not get a car park within about 5 kilometres of this stadium about an hour and a half before the game. So a full house, St Kilda and Carlton. Absolutely can't wait for this round 16 contest.
And just repeating that message tonight in conjunction, obviously, with the Carlton Respects program. If you or someone you know is impacted by sexual assault, domestic or family violence, you can call 1-800-RESPECTS is the number, and strongly promoted on the social media channels of the Carlton Football Club tonight. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling are here. It's a massive night for the St Kilda Football Club. Obviously, Carlton, the hype team of the competition, but a big one for the Saints tonight. Seemingly in free fall. They desperately need a turnaround here tonight.
They do. They need to give something, to give their fans something that show that, okay, it's a lull and it's been a bad few weeks, but don't worry, we're going to fight our way out of this. Not just a performance like they've had the last couple of weeks where it's felt like they've just given it up. I mean, that last week, Nick, was just horrible to watch if you're a St Kilda fan, and they got destroyed. And when you look at this Carlton team that the Saints are about to come up against, you see a superb midfield, a really, really high-quality midfield. You see a star-studded forward line, but you see a couple of vulnerabilities down back. Now, those vulnerabilities weren't exploited last week by Fremantle, and Carlton were terrific. But the Saints have got to think, if we have a proper crack in the middle of the ground, if we really embrace what we need to do, maybe we can hurt this Carlton defence a little bit. Jacob Weitering's still not back there for the Blues. It's got, the midfielders of this St Kilda team have got to be thinking, it starts with us and we can turn this form around.
Yeah, you're right, Lingy. Look, where there's life, there's hope. And look, it's simply, you're still involved in a position to make the 8. Over the next few weeks, they play Fremantle at home. Then they've got the Bulldogs here. West Coast away. They've got Hawthorn here. The Cats away. Brisbane at home. Now, in the last game they play Sydney. It's hard to see them winning on present form more than 3 games. But if you looked at their best form, they could win 5 of those games. 5's enough to make the 8. So it depends on how Brett Ratton has restored, I guess, it's not even the confidence, more about the work ethic and what's required and the day-to-day one job that you may have for your team. Now, we know that there's a lot of moving parts of that one job, but if it's a defensive forward, your goals will come. But if it's a midfielder that's going to be responsible for Paddy Cripps or maybe Sam Walsh, is he your player? It's not a matter of how many positions you get, maybe positions how many he gets. It's keeping the ball away from Curnow and Mackay. It's keeping the ball in your forward line and giving Max King a chance to score goals. So it's all those one little things that sort of come together. If the Saints can get that right, there's not a heck of a lot of people barraging from here tonight just as they run down through that.
There wasn't a big roar, was there?
No, there wasn't. They've just come out in the ground.
The Saints burst through the banner. They're wearing their hot cross bun jumper tonight. So I think the 97 grand final, predominantly red on the back with the big cross down the middle and the white shorts. So a St Kilda away game. The majority of people here in the sold-out crowd are supporting Carlton. They've made 5 changes. Highmore in as the sub. Hill's back. He missed his first game as a Saint last week. Higgins recalled. Mason Wood's back. And Paddy Ryder's back. And it feels like they're always a better team when he plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And that combination with Rowan Marshall is first class, Corbs. And those are terrific names to come back in. But on Mick's point, are those names locked in on what Brett Ratton and the team really needs from them? Bradley Hill at his best this season embraced that high half-forward role and got up the ground. His work rate then got back inside forward 50 and his possessions were meaningful, not junk time. So is he going to lock into that and do all the work necessary that might add up to 15 or 16 touches, but every single one of them high impact? Is Jack Higgins going to embrace the defensive side of the game that he needs to do? Is Brad Crouch in the middle of the ground? Is he going to embrace high-impact possessions or just junk time, lots and lots of touches? All of those questions, they're all nice names for the Saints.
Yeah.
But actions are going to speak a hell of a lot louder than words today for the Saints.
Now, I know the Saints match, we know a lot more about their players than we do, but having a look at Carlton and... Corbin, you've already said about Wiedering not playing. There's lost a little bit of height down there, and they rely very heavily on the run from certain players. Now, to me, Ben Long seems to be always the fall guy. He's one of the ones that I'd be jumping in the trench with every day of the week because you know he's going to have a crack. I would have thought he would have been the logical one to go, right, I'm going to sacrifice as a high forward to play on Sam Doherty, and I'm going to ensure that he will not be running the ball out of that foot. So how does the ball get out of that line? There's no Williams, so therefore it can only come through Doherty. Now, so if you take it long out of there, then you've got to throw the question straight to Higgins or to Butler and say, I don't, the goals will come, but I don't want Doherty running the ball out and getting 400-500 metres on today. If you can keep him to 200 or 300 metres, you've done your role because the ball will be still in our forward line. So these are the roles we talk about. Now, have they got the capacity to work through that? I don't know.
As Cameron Ling mentioned, it feels like an event every single time the Carlton Football Club play at the moment. If they win tonight, they go equal top. Have a listen to this as the Blue Baggers make their way out. A sellout tonight. Carlton, the second team onto the ground. They're predominantly in navy blue, as always, but tonight, in support of the Carlton Respects program, they've got the orange socks on. They've also got an orange trim around the neck and the arms of their jumpers tonight. Carlton out to back up their best performance of the season yet after a victory over Fremantle last week. They completely smashed them around the ball. They won clearances by 14, the tackle count by 10, and had 24 more inside 50s in the Dockers last Saturday.
And that's what Carlton need to bring again when we look at what they need to do to win tonight is the midfield dominance, because they don't want to expose that back line, which is missing a couple of key players. You know what I love, Mick, when you were talking about Sam Doherty and his run and creativity? I love what Michael Voss has done to those smaller, medium Carlton defenders. Sam Doherty is as creative as they get, but he still plays as a defender. Nick Newman plays as a defender and then creates and uses the ball really well. Adam Sard, who I reckon was just as guilty as I've said a couple of times, like Bradley Hill, of getting some horrible junk disposals last year.
Yep.
Michael Voss has reset him and said, play on an opponent, beat the best small forward, and then when the time is right, use your run and your bounce and your great kicking. And Adam Sard is 10 times the player this year that he was last year. So the instruction and the embracing of, okay, I'm going to play on someone, I'm going to beat someone, and then I'm going to attack and create, and multiple options to do it mean it works so much better.
It's just a starting point, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you can give a player a starting point, and this is not just a backline player, it's anywhere on the ground. You give them a starting point and say, that's where you. It's very loose and very, very cheap to say. But when you get a group of players and you say, okay, now, you know what's my role? Where should I be? It's what's my role? Well, my role is a defensive foot. Where should I be? Oh, there's a ball up. I should be now nestling in on this running player, keeping him away from the ball, or make myself dangerous. If you're a midfielder, what's Sam Walsh going to do? You know, he's going to receive off the full back because that's how hard he runs. He's going to be actually having a snapshot from the forward pocket because that's how hard he runs. I want to make sure that every step of the way he's got company. If he beats me on that, he's got me on that. Where's my starting point? My starting point is Sam Walsh. Where's my starting point as Max King? My starting point has got to be knowing where the ball's going to be or where I want it, but I'm going to drive myself to it all the time. And if it has to be meeting Charlie Curnow up here on this wing and there's a contest between their high half forward and me as a forward, that's where I'm going to contest the football. But it's starting points.
Yeah. I love when I get the great pleasure of sitting and watching football and watching the very best players play now, trying to put myself at different times in the shoes, and this is midfielders I'm talking about, how I would play on different players. And Sam Walsh, I just sit here and marvel at him because the hardest players I ever played on to stop were the ones who could win it in a massive variety of ways. The players who were only outside players, easy to stop. Players who were only inside, easy to stop. But Sam Walsh, you talk about his work rate, he's from goal square to goal square, but he goes and wins the contested ball, first hit off the ruckman's hands, or he works into the opposition hit zone, or he's the second handball receive because he's really clever on the outside, or he's getting into a position to kick a goal, or he's a threat in the air. Well, those players are so hard to play on, and the matchup of whoever goes to Walsh, good luck. He's such a wonderful footballer.
Does he remind you of anyone that you played on?
Well,
or with?
But all a little bit different. I mean, Gaz is the very best I ever came across because Gaz could hurt you in every single different way. In the contest, outside the contest, goals and everything like that. But Sam Walsh is a different player to Gaz because Sam is a much better runner, like an endurance runner from end to end.
Did you play on Chris Judd?
I played a little bit on Juddy, but you know who, you talk about who it made, it was Ben Cousins.
Yeah,
different run,
right.
But that end-to-end, Cuz would take me on a run from deep in defence and arrive 5 metres out from his attacking goal and then do it again and again. But Cuz wasn't just on the outside. He was inside, hard, off the ruckman's hand. So that's a good comparison. I more often than not got Cousins instead of Judd at West Coast.
Right.
For that reason. But, yeah, he's almost unique again in himself, Sam Walsh, because he doesn't look like he's moving that fast when he's running. But he just covers the ground like silk.
In his 74th game last week, he had 40 disposals, a career high, just 21 years of age. Phenomenal numbers already, and his output in such a short span. I just want to set up the Max King narrative as well, and you guys touched on it. He was criticised during the week for his body language, which puts him in the category of just about every key forward ever in the history of the game to be criticised at one point for their body language on the field. Big deal, no big deal?
No.
Big deal. He cares.
He is... As a boy that entered the AFL, I reckon that both lads, the twins, had almost not an inferiority complex whatsoever, but almost a height complex because their rounded shoulders, they almost feel as if when they're around a group, they're just a bit too tall. And he's so spot on. He cares about the way he's playing. And look, this is us from sitting in a commentary box not knowing what they do. His best thing that he could do is kick goals and get his confidence. I know they've got Jared Ruffhead down there and this sort of stuff, but I look at him and he's not changed his style one little bit. St Kilda come Sydney produced the greatest goal-kicking machine in history in Tony Lockett. He had the most unbelievable technique. I'm not saying that Lockett's going to come down and show him, but all he has to do is just go back through the footage that when you lower your right shoulder with a football in your right hand, automatically that ball goes across your right leg. At the moment, he's so upright, he kicks the ball straight over his both legs, which means he's automatically, the right leg is then compromised and he's going to fade to the left every time. And you know where he misses? To the left.
Yep.
Someone hasn't got him. He's either got to lower the right arm or he's got to come in slightly to the right and kick across his body and get his confidence, because he's a confidence player. Everyone expects him to take the mark. I'd be giving him some freedom to come up to it. He's got good stamina. Come up to the wing, take a couple of catches. Now that you've got Ryder and you've got Rowan Marshall, you can afford to have them get in behind the play and say, wait, I don't have to kick it myself here. I can kick it into Marshall, kick it into Wright, I can kick it into Membry.
And I don't mind at all top quality forwards or defenders holding the rest of the team accountable. If you're going to deliver the ball like garbage and you're going to be very, very easy to play against, and you're a young leader, you almost as a key forward or a key back, you're so far out of the play. Occasionally, I love the idea of almost walking up into the play and saying, boys, let's start playing the right way here. And, looking a few teammates in the eye and saying, this is the way we've got to go about it. I mean, I had some of the most brutal playing at either end who could give you some great feedback. Matty Scarlett at one end and Cam Mooney at the other. But what it did was...
good feedback too.
It brought you up. It held you accountable and like, okay, we are off here and we need to lift. And Max King cares. He cares about his team. He cares about his own performance. And I mean that in a good way. He's responsible for being the main man up there. We're quick to jump on this whole body language thing.
Especially when he's a kid like that.
Yeah.
So
and his coach, Brett defended him straight away, essentially said didn't have an issue with it at all. He said, I think he quoted, he mentioned Tony Lockett. He said if you were Jason Dunstall or Tony Lockett, it wouldn't have mattered if you were in that forward line today the way that the ball was being delivered. So it was tough going for him. He's the number one targeted player in the competition. So 37% of time the Saints go inside 50.
And that tells you something else. That tells you it's wrong. It tells you it's wrong because it's not. If he was kicking 5 a week, it's right. If he's kicking 1 or 2 a week, it's wrong because you're not going to win with 1 or 2 goals from one forward. Even if he kicks 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, it's got to be spread. It's got to be spread around so that you don't give you. Because you already set a figure. What do you reckon coaches do? They go, you know what, fall off because it's going to go to King. It's going to fall off, going to King. So he ends up with 3 on him, and this is when you've got to have smart midfield that can go lower the eyes, or smart players outside the front 50, lower the eyes, pick a 40-metre target. Because kick from 40 metres easy. It's just as easy as kicking from 30 metres or 20 metres. The goals are still there, the posts are still there. So I'm certainly blaming the Saints not overusing the ball to one player.
The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy, and on the boundary for us again tonight is Tim Hodges. Good evening, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, guys. Nice to have you back, Cal. Jack Steele, the Saints won the toss. They'll kick to the Lockett end. That's the right of the screen if you're at home watching on telly, listening to us. A very chilly Melbourne evening, a low of 7 degrees expected tonight. Thankfully, the roof is shut, but it hasn't deterred the fans. This crowd is enormous, guys. All seats have been sold out. Thousands of standing room tickets have been sold. Now it really is up to the corporates and the members to turn up to see if we can hit 50,000 people. Amazingly, it's been nearly a decade since AFL last had 50,000 people in the Dockland Stadium, but as you've documented, Corbin, there is chaos outside, there's traffic issues, there's parking problems, there's a festival next door. I would think maybe still 10,000 people to come in as we're about to bounce the ball. But it will be a full house. It is an awesome electric atmosphere. Just repeating, no late changes. The medical subs for the Blues, it's Will Setterfield. For the Saints, Tom Highmore. I will say, guys, you have been talking about body language. This is a very, very nervous-looking St Kilda team. I think this big crowd has got them a little bit spooked. This will be fascinating how this plays out early on.
Thanks, Hodgie. It feels like a big-time event, as it always does when the Carlton Football Club turn out. The Blues playing tonight to go equal top on the premiership table for the time being, while there's so much more in it for the Saints. They're in free fall, having lost their last 3 games. Pressure on coach Brett Ratton. Will we get a bounce from the Saints tonight? On Friday Night Footy, Grandstand AFL, you with Kelly Underwood.
And the veteran Paddy Ryder will get first crack at it for the Saints. He rises high, he beats Tagoning to the ball. It's stolen by De Koning, then a little fumble by Gresham. Gresham applies a tackle, Cripps. Gets it back to Hewitt, who's tackled. It's a pile of players on there. Squirts out to Walsh. Walsh got it to Kennedy. De Koning, Sard, not clean. Stolen by Jack Steele. Ryder with the toe poke inside 50. And his co-big man in Rowan Marshall was charging out in front, and it landed on his lap. So Paddy Ryder threw it on the boot. And Rowan Marshall's taken a mark pretty much directly in front, 50 metres out.
And Zach Jones is playing forward too. I'm just wondering, and I'm hoping that he's there as a defensive forward, but can come up and add on to the stoppage and then quickly work his way back.
So you can hear it's Pro Blues as Marshall lines up to the southern end. He re-signed for a further 5 years this week. He was accurate with his pen writing, his pen skills, but he's not accurate with that kick. It's missing to the left-hand side. First score of the night, first blemish of the night. It's a behind to the Saints.
Some big deals done this week, Kel.
Yeah.
I'd like to be Clayton Oliver's.
Doherty out of defensive 50 finds Cripps, the captain of the Carlton Footy Club. He kicks wide to Silvani.
So Paddy Cripps in the middle of the ground. He acts like another ruckman. So he can take those high marks.
Silvani kicks it into the mound of the mark. It's Battle who wins it for St Kilda. Hand pass away to Ross. High half forward, pokes it into the pocket. Higgins chases it. Newman knocks it out of play. A boundary throw in forward pocket for the Saints.
Gee, Nick Newman's turned himself into a good defender. Just a really solid, smart decision maker. Good ball user. That was terrific help there, covering, getting the spoil in on Jack Higgins.
So a boundary throw in, deep into the attack for St Kilda. It's Ryder. Assumes front position. De Koning got in there. Got it down. Going without it was Hewitt. De Koning. It squirts around in there. Ricochets from one to the other. And then Ross is able to tackle Newman. And the umpire says it'll be a ball up.
The Saints have got one back. And the Blues have got the extra at the stoppage.
Tossed in the air. Neither ruck win it. Walsh does beautifully through traffic. Handballs backwards to Plowman. And his kick has landed on the chest of Membry. So a couple of little chances here for the Saints. It was a lucky mark for Rowan Marshall playing in front, and now Membry, a tighter angle, just a step or two in from the boundary line on the city side. They're going to the southern end, and you'll have to kick it from just outside 50.
Now, it's good positioning by those players because they had to lock that ball in given they're a one-man short at the stoppage.
9-13 for the season so far for Tim Membry. Usually more accurate than not. He runs around, he sends it on its way. And the Saints cheer squad right behind the goals. And they've got the opener and a little biff and a little bit of push and shove and hip and shouldering. The passion is there already for the Saints. 1-1-7. The Blues hasn't gone inside 50 yet, I don't think.
No, and it's been at the first of all the centre bounce and the centre clearance, and then again at that stoppage that led to the Membry shot. It was scrappy, ugly, and that's the sort of footy that St Kilda have to be happy with and content with. Lots of pressure, strip the ball, maybe a second, third, fourth ground ball get before they finally get a clearance. It's not going to be pretty and perfect tonight, and it doesn't need to be as St Kilda try and wrestle their way back into form. So that's some good signs early on. They're winning the territory battle just by scrapping and fighting at those stoppages.
Some breaking news out of the match review office. Brisbane forward Eric Hipwood has been referred directly to the tribunal for a bizarre incident involving an opponent and an umpire last night where he pushed his defender into the umpire. Back in the middle, the Saints have got it again as Hill races away with the footy, kicks to the top of the goal square, right of the target, no mark, follows up, hand pass to Higgins, can't stand up with the footy, lost it. Plowman for the Blues, hand pass to Kemp, his kick knocked down, spills to Louis Young. Hand pass to Walsh, there he is in the back pocket, trying to get the 1-2 with O'Brien. Hewitt intercepts it, gives it to Walsh, back to Hewitt. Now got half-back in close quarters, hand pass away to Kennedy, and he's tackled out of bounds. So the Saints look switched on. Boundary throw-in 60 metres out from the Saints' goal.
Yeah, spot on, Corby. They are very much switched on. Now it's a matter of can they sustain it, like the Dogs last night couldn't. This is where the Saints have been tested in the past about maintaining that pressure.
So they're energised as the ball flicks in. Marshall just paddles it down. Can Gresham keep it in play? He can. Handballs to Hill. Squeezed up the boundary line. He squeezed it. Not enough. He went over the boundary line. So a throw in the city side wing. Crowd fans right up in the very last row. Here tonight, the three tiers pretty much full. As it's flicked back in at ground level, there's a bit of a scrap. Billings to Hill, all by hand to Sinclair. Wheels around, he crosses the midfield. Player out in front is Higgins. Marks in front of Sard. He wants to wheel around and go. He kicks to a one-on-one. Ryder out in front. Ryder's marked.
Yeah, danger. There's a real danger down there, Paddy Ryder. He plays as a forward. He knows how to play as that forward position. It's not only a ruck, he's one of the best players going around.
And it's Brody Kemp, Nick, who's stand up on him there. He's 193 centimetres, so really undersized against Ryder.
Playing his sixth game.
And experience too.
Yeah, is Brody Kemp, and Paddy Ryder's playing his 279th AFL game. He knows how to kick them, Paddy Ryder. From a 45-degree angle, we're sitting behind him in the commentary box. He raised the one hand up, the right arm, and pointed to the sky. He knew as soon as he'd struck that he'd struck it to perfection. And the Saints have come out firing. 2-1-13. Blues yet to score after 8 minutes of play.
And Mick, you're right in that the question is it sustainable? But when the scores start racking up,
that's the difference.
You get belief in that sustainability. So now it turns back onto that Carlton midfield. They have to protect their defence and have to really start getting control of the stoppages. Sam Walsh started as a half forward off the back of the square or just inside 50, the first two centre bounces. He's now up into the middle of the ground. Cripps is there. They've got to switch the momentum back to take away a little bit of that excitement from the Saints.
I wonder where Jones is going to pick up. It just looks like he's going to go to Walsh, or Walsh going to go to him and see if he can.
Carlton barely been in the front half. St Kilda 2-1. Carlton yet to score. They go inside 50 here, the Blues. Fisher out of the middle, kicks it to centre half forward. And Sinclair with courage floats in to take the intercept mark for the Saints. He goes short to Bradley Hill, not 15, said the umpire. Darts through centre half back, kicks to Wangadeen Malira on the wing, and that's a neat mark.
That's a good mark.
Leaping up on the Cultural, kicks the Saints over halfway. Doherty arriving to spoil it away from Butler. Finds the safety of the boundary line as he knocks the yellow Sharon out of play, so a throw in on the wing, dock side. Hot start for the Saints. They're 2-1-13. Carlton yet to score. 7 minutes in. No late change either way.
Wilkie's got the job on Curnow. Howard's got the job on Mackay. We're on the wing, right in front of the interchange gates. De Koning, couple of goes at it, nothing clean. Walsh tried to fire out the handball. Good scrapping by Crouch. He was pushed down because the Cripps just comes through, picks it up, wrenches it clear, gets it to Fisher. He was tackled, it affected the kick. He gets it again. He kicks to a one-on-one. It's Curnow and Wilkie. Wilkie in front does well. But as soon as it's tapped down, it hits ground level and Silvani rises with it. He's a little dribbler inside 50, but St Kilda, fantastic across half-back, linking up, handball after handball, Windhager getting involved, so too Wilkie again. And it's been a good start from Wilkie in that match-up against Curnow. Wider still Billings. Billings kicks to the city side. Blues with the intercept.
Saad hand pass away to Campy. Links up with O'Brien. 60 from home. Kicks to Curnow. Curnow! Juggled Mike. He's got it.
Geez, work rate's impressive. He was involved in a marking contest out here in front of us. Worked back to get the ground ball when the kick went inside forward 50. Then the ball gets transferred and he gave about 3 different leads to end up with this mark. He's an unbelievable athlete.
Yeah, very humble with it too. Just a real great bloke.
So whacked in the mouth out of the gates, the Blues to answer back. Curnow leaves it out to the right. Poor finish on the set shot from the Coleman medal leader or behind. Carlton's first score, St Kilda are 2-1-13 when 9 minutes in.
So 44-23 now for Curnow. As the Saints move it quickly round the dock side. King's there, juggles it, takes off through the midfield with intent as King. His kick really making Butler work for it. He was outnumbered. Going to ground was Newman. Flicked out the handball. De Koning goes without it. He goes back and now Butler and Newman are in a wrestle for it. It flicks out the back. Ryder, huge. Umpire blows his whistle. Crosses his chest and says it'll be tossed up 30 metres out directly in front of the Saints goal. 9 minutes gone and they lead it by 12 points, St Kilda.
Up it goes. Marshall palms it down. Butler's little kick ends up with Kent. Kent bounces one to the back pocket. One at O'Brien. And Wanganeen Miller just pushes it out of play. A boundary throw in forward pocket for the Saints.
He's a ripping player, Wanganeen Miller. He's got all the attributes, speed, a bit of height, courage. Football now, so he's been an absolute cracker to pick up for the Saints.
Pick 11 in the draft out of Glenelg, wearing the Saints' famous number 7 as Marshall palms it down. He's Jones. He's locked up as soon as he got it.
And just watching that mark he took out in front of us, it had a bit of that number 7 who just joined the Hall of Fame about it. It was a superb grab.
So still entrenched inside 50 here as De Koning taps it down. A quick hurry kick from Saad out of the pack. Oh, going back was Clark bravely. Lost his balance in the air. Couldn't control the footy, but he kept running. He received the handball. He gets the handball to Hill, who gives it to Billing, who flicks it wide. Here is Millerer, Wanganeen Millerer, the player we're talking about, who gives it over to Webster. Goes long inside 50. The target was Marshall, but he's outmarked by De Koning. And De Koning in the back pocket bombs it long around the city side this time. Target was Curnow, but he had two players to beat. Wilkie held him at bay while Webster rose over the top and took the intercept mark.
Goes short to Crouch. So the Saints playing this game in their front half through the first 11 minutes, same as by 12. In a slow play here, Crouch is just going to have to go long. The big man in from the side. Marshall can't quite rip it down off the roof. Spills to Higgins. Hand pass to Gresham inside 50. Gives it to Steele. Hot hand pass back to Gresham. 40 out. Snaps goal, but he's offline. Behind. Kilda 2-2. Carlton one behind, 11 minutes in.
That was impressive by Jack Steele. He was caught cold and still had the strength to stand up in the tackle, get the handball, and then we created the goal for Jade Gresham. The Blues have just got to withstand this now. The Saints are playing high energy, high pressure, good quality footy.
Doherty to Sard. Sard's kicking was rather casual and put Nunes in all sorts of bother. And now the ball, it's in dispute just inside the centre square and pouncing on it. It'll be a free kick here for the Blues.
Oh,
it was Doherty that got the free. Got it off to Nunes. Nunes through the centre of the ground. He goes straight down towards Curnow in a one-on-one, almost juggles it. Not quite. Stripped out of his hands by Webster, who takes off. Standing still and unable to take the mark was Crouch. Good tap through from the Carlton defender. And now here's Newman. Newman gets it back, and a high kick from O'Brien to the top of the goal square. A chance for the Blues, accepting the handball is Silvani, and his snap is offline. He got the handball from Durden, but he couldn't finish it at the top of the goal square, threw it on the left boot, and it floated out to the left. So still without a major. After 12 minutes of play, the Blues 2 behind, St Kilda 2-2-14.
So Carlton are the ones without the composure right now.
Bradley Hill on the kick out to Billings, hands it back to Hill, goes long down the wing. Membry, strong mark over the top of Sard. And the Saints now a chance to move it quickly. Down to Marshall, backing back. Courageous mark with Young coming in the other direction. And he takes it 55 metres out. Still a kick from goal. He's just going to lay it up. Max King down there deep forward. Fist comes at the back. Spills down to Newman. Hurried handball. Comes out the way of Kemp. He gives it off quickly. And the kick from Kennedy's a shocker. Bounces out of play and the ump's going to ping him for the liberal.
They're picking for a bad kick. Yeah. Well, they almost do that these days. If you can't kick properly, they get you.
Clark is going to go short to Sinclair, who can put the Saints inside 50.
And he stops, steps around, bullet-like pass, perfection. How good is Jack Sinclair? He continues to get better and better, and he's delivered it on the chest of Higgins directly in front.
Now let's see what his confidence is like, Kel. No, you would have worked it out before you missed the last few weeks. He hasn't improved on his accuracy, so This is all confidence now.
So Jack Higgins, accuracy should not be a problem. Distance certainly isn't, and he's hit the post.
Still 6.6 metres the post.
Started the run, the little trot of celebrations, and then he was jolted into a jumping stop because he couldn't believe that it clattered into the post.
Doherty kicks to Walsh from the kick out, got to him on the half volley. He goes back and across, and Newman takes the mark at half back. He kicks down that City wing. Backing back, Sinclair spoils. Now Wilkie grabs it, runs out of room.
Carlton need to find some composure here.
Yep.
They're rushing their possessions. Lewis Young will not want to watch the clip of this play over here in front of us where Marshall marked the footy. That's one you just got to somehow move on from. And the Carlton players look rushed. They look under the pump.
Saints by 13. They've got the only 2 goals. Silvani wins it down. Walsh hand pass ends up with Ross. Jams it on the boot down to half forward. King arriving late. Bangs bodies with Newman, the Blues defender. And the ball spills out of bounds. So boundary throw in half forward for the Saints. The game's really been totally played in their front half.
Well, this is where the ruck... St Kilda got an advantage because Silvani comes in as a ruck. He should never touch the ball against either of these ruckmen.
And he won't get a chance to here. Marshall just plucks it out of the air, moves it to Gresham, gives it to Ross, right side for a left footer. It's going to bounce in the goal square. 2 on 2. Oh, a chance here for Higgins. He's very creative right on the goal line, and the umpire said no, it went over for a point. Lewis Young, very, very nervous. Right in the back of Higgins, who had it right on the goal line and was trying to do something spectacular but couldn't. Saints by 14.
The kick out from Newman finds Adam Chera. Makes his return, the former Docker. Back from a hamstring injury sustained against the Bombers in round 13. Kicks down the wing for Cripps. No mark, but follows up. Hand pass to Silvani. Slick hands to Walsh. Feeds it to Kennedy. Over halfway, the Blues. Short kick to Durden. He marks between wing and half forward. Looks inside 50 and Cottrell.
Walsh is down behind play.
It was a bump after he handled the ball off. I think just to the body.
Cottrell 55 out, marked uncontested, kicks to the top of the goal square. Curnow trying to take it, but in front, strong intercept mark. Dougal Howard, last line of defence for the Saints.
He's staying out there, isn't he, Lingy? Sucking in the oxygen in the centre of the ground.
Yeah, I don't think there's much in it.
No, nothing in it, all to the body.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those ones that gets you at the wrong time. And the oxygen just disappears for 10 or 15 seconds.
Jones brings it through the centre, working the angles. Crouch marks, gives it to Ross in 2 minds. Handballs to the standing Gresham. Gives it back now to Crouch. Thought about it, too slow. Caught, gone, ball. Spills free. Chance for Kemp to Silvani. Defensive side of this broadcast wing to a one-on-one. Curnow trapped underneath it. Webster's the man that's going to keep helping his team out. Wilkie tonight when it comes to Curnow. Now to Hill, the delivery is perfect into the centre of the ground. Crouch has got it. Can he make amends? He kicks safely and laterally to Sinclair, who wedges it over the top to Jones. Doesn't have an opponent that's going to stop and prop. Give it back to Sinclair, who peeled around behind his back, stabbed the pass. Inside 50, all by himself was Butler directly in front, 45 metres out.
Now, these are these two mediums that we spoke about pre-game. If you're not tackling, you've got to kick goals. If you're not kicking goals, then you've got to tackle. Yeah. And simply, they're having a shot each, Higgins and Butler.
Right now, we're getting a look at the Carlton backline that doesn't have all its personnel, and they are disorganised, confused, under the pump because it's coming down so easily.
Getting exposed right now, the Blues defenders. Here's a chance for Butler. He was so good in that 2020 season, but offline and out of form badly. That's 7 goals, 6 in his 11. He's playing his 12th game this season.
And it's only 35, 40 metres, Kel.
Yeah, 7 goals in 11 games. He had 29 goals in 2020.
Yep.
Doherty on the kick-out, comes wide to Coney. He's bowled over by Ryder.
Giant push.
Spills out to Motlop. Motlop short kick to Curnow. Right on halfway, broadcast wing. Heads down for half forward, and Mackay takes the mark. Motlop's on his bike as he darts inside the forward pocket, but Wilkie closes him down. So Mackay's got it. 60 from home, wide out. Kicks right to the goal square, getting back Billings, and knocks it through for a rush behind. St Kilda 2-5. Carlton are 3 behind. The Saints by 14 points. 19 minutes into the opening term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, if it was you or I crunched like Sam Walsh was, we would have called for the ambulance. He didn't stop running, and the trainer got sick of running after him. He's okay, thankfully.
It's a turnover from the Blues, Hodgie.
They bred him tough at St Joey's. Hodgie.
They do. Well, the grandson goes there.
Inside 50 counts, 11-7 in the Saints' favour. The Saints lead it by 14 on the scoreboard. And it's boundary throw in. Inside 50 here for the Blues. The northern end. De Koning caught behind, Ryder too easy. Palms it down. It's Ross that's got it. He's tackled and isn't going anywhere. George Hewitt, who Mick Malthouse has been one of the recruits of the year, would you say, Hewitt?
Well, I've got him as the recruit of the year. I think he's been outstanding. He's changed the dynamics of the Carlton midfield.
So ball up inside 50. A couple of little fumbles before Jack Still, the captain, emerges with it. Kicks to the City side. Young reaches up over the top of Marshall and takes a mark. And that will do his confidence the world of good. Although this kick isn't great. Wanganeen Miller at the target there was Kemp. Miller had got there, slapped it down. Pouncing on it is Sinclair. It'll bounce and sit up for Butler. He could run into an open goal, but he gives it off to Membry, who kicks it from the goal line. Membry's got his second, and the Saints have come out hot. 3-5-23. St Kilda by 20 points. 3 behinds the Blues. Straight down the centre. You described it in the pre-match, Mick, as unzipping down the centre. And that's exactly what the Saints just did. They unzipped the Blues.
Yeah, I'm going to take Lingy's point, and I reckon that's probably the most valued point, is that you've got a Carlton backline at the moment that are in between knowing what to do and being told what to do, and no one has really taken that that control. So I think you're right, Lingy. That's where it's happening.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just watching Patrick Cripps, he came off and had his... I'd be fascinated, but Lingy, have a look at Lingy, at Cripps, just on his right leg, just below his knee. It was sort of like a calf area. He got it strapped. He stood up and said, "Nah, strap it some more." So it's chunkier than his sock. So it's really heavily strapped, but he's back out there in the middle.
I assume it must have been a knock to that area then. It wouldn't be a calf issue.
Gresham caught cold in the middle of the ground and Ping holding the ball to Koning and Kennedy in the gang tackle. Kennedy's going to get the free. So Carlton with the centre break. Inside 50 they go. Mackay crashes the pack. Spills down front and centre. Durden trying to usher it out. He'd stolen from him at ground level. Pack forms around he and Clark. Fisher has a go for the Blues. Runs in, wins the footy. Hand pass to Chera. High up and under to half forward. Wilkie knocks it down. Bursting through Honey. Hard ball get. Hand pass to Motlop. Goal for the Blues. They're on the board. And Jesse Motlop with a goal, but it was Josh Honey who attacked it and set up the teenager to kick Carlton's first of the night. The Baggers are 1-3-9. St Kilda 3-5-23. 22 minutes into the opening term.
That was pretty special by Josh Honey, wasn't it, Corbs? The move under enormous pressure. Just took it, spin, and the composure to give it to Motlop. Fantastic play, great combination. Much needed now just to settle everyone down. Carlton coming in as the favourite, the much better team. Probably deep down inside, they all know it too. But when an opposition comes out as sharp and as hard as St Kilda have been to start this game, as good as you might have been last week, you start questioning just how good you are, and that's an important one for the Blues.
First goal in the 22nd minute for Carlton. Back underway in the centre as Marshall hacks it forward with the right boot. Able to get it to Windhager, who got it to Gresham, who delivers to Jones. His kick couldn't quite hit up Ryder, but he's got a free kick. It was a push in the back against the Blues defender, and Kemp, again it was Brodie Kemp. And what a mismatch that is, really, guys, when it comes to experience.
Well, what's happening too, Kel, he's starting his run 20 metres back from the centre. As soon as they take off, he takes off, and automatically the player doesn't know whether to go with him or stand behind him, and he's just catching him on that run. It's been a good move. We know he plays there, and he plays it very well.
Directly in front. The 34-year-old Paddy Ryder lining up for goal number 197, and he sprays it.
Yeah. See, these misses are hurting.
Yeah, stabbed at that. Really, that's a bad miss.
To the right-hand side, he missed it.
Generally very, very accurate.
9-6, so he's kicked 10 goals, 7 in his 10 games this year.
Doherty long from the kick out. There's a free kick. It's going to go Carlton's way, though.
Yeah, silly play by Dougal.
See, the Carlton defence is disorganised. I'm just watching him from that kick out. They were slow to get themselves organised again. If St Kilda had won it, they had options free again. Oh, well done.
Howard hanging on to Mackay, so that was the free kick. Mackay long down the wing, and Marshall floats through to take the intercept mark. Kick's not all that great, goes back to Ross. Hand pass to Sinclair. Still on the back flank. Hand pass to Wilkie. Carlton well set up. He kicks back to Marshall, who marks at half back. Saints by 15 points. Time on opening turn. Moves it on to Gresham along the boundary line. Broadcast side, the 1-2 with Steele. Gresham now floats a hand pass to Windhager in front of the interchange. Great smother Newman. Socket on the half volley by Gresham. Back inboard comes to Ross. Hand pass to Sinclair. He flares it out by hand to Steele.
And Steele delivers, looking for King. Rises high, waiting at the back is Ryder. De Koning does well. Handballs, he was on his knees. He got it to Cottrell, who gives it over to his teammate, and now it's Newman who's been able to deliver it straight down the ground over the pack. Waiting is Ryder. Handballs to Sinclair. Missed him initially. Sinclair can go and find the footy. He traps it and kicked straight to Sard. Intercept, that is bad. And he finds Curnow. And Charlie Curnow, who marked 10 metres away from his direct opponent in Wilkie. Go back directly in front and kick from 50, Mick.
Well, you're spot on, Kelly. He's 10 metres, all right. For the reason Sinclair's got the ball, elects to try to kick the ball through an eye of a needle to find someone, which is you just don't do. Not in the corridor.
So Curnow, the crowd will tell us if this goes through. Slow start for the Blues. Back-to-back goals. 2-3-15, they trail by 9. 3-6-24, the Saints. The margin was 20 points just a few moments ago, and we've gone to 26 minutes in the opening term. Cameron Ling.
I don't mind if everybody accuses me of just being a fanboy here, but I mean, Charlie Curnow, he's half kicked that.
Yeah.
And he's kicked it 60 once it's carried the line. That, about 7 or 8 minutes ago, when he took a mark here on the wing and turned it, kicked across his body to Harry Mackay, it did not go above eye height.
He's unbelievable kick, isn't he?
Just superb.
That was breathtaking, that kick, wasn't it?
What a player.
But that's just poor play by Sinclair. You can't get ahead of yourself. It's percentage. Games are won and lost by 1%ers. And that is just really bad play.
Saints by 9 points, time on in the first. DeConey wins the hit out and then sockers it forward. And Silvani out to meet it, takes the chest mark. The man on the mark, 48 metres out, just right of centre.
I'm going to say, Jack, you'd want to kick this now.
Oh, saying the same thing, Lingy. Like, he's just ignored two players who were totally clear.
Yeah, and one of them was Harry Mackay, who, the reigning Coleman medal winner, just put it to him, make a certainty of it.
So 50-plus metre drop punt coming up for Carlton's number 1. He gets it right to the goal line. Mackay trying to take the juggled mark, can't. Juggles it over the goal line.
You know what? Still a point. Doesn't matter if it's misses by 8 metres or misses by an inch. Still a point.
Saints by 8 points, 28 played, opening term.
Sinclair to Wilkie to Steele, all by foot as they exit out of the defensive 50. Still going to bomb it long to the wing where the contest is. He sits it up for Marshall, the double grabber, strong. To the centre of the ground where Ryder marks, uncontested, gives it off to Sinclair, has a bounce. And then he just skies that ball. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Wood can't get there in time. No one can grab it in the air. Wood pounces on it, and pouncing on him is Cottrell.
Well, you have to do that kick, Kel, because the forwards were on the wrong side. Carlton actually did it very well. They covered the inside, and he couldn't get the ball across his body.
So no one to kick to. He went up high. Ryder slaps it down, looking for Gresham. Gresham tries to beat Fisher to the ball. It's locked in, out the back. Chance for Ross. Steele fakes one way back to Ross. Grubbers the kick to Ryder. All not very clean at the moment. It's a hard ball to win. Hewitt does well. Gets it up to Silvani across centre half back. And now a chance. This is Newman, handballs over the top to Honey. Stops, props, back to Silvani. And the siren sounds on a frantic and frenetic opening term here. Friday night footy, round 16 in the AFL, and it's St Kilda that will take an 8-point lead into the first change. 3-6-24 to the Blues, 2-4-16. The goal kickers, Membry with 2 and Ryder with 1. Although he could have easily had 2, missed a set shot directly in front. And for the Blues, well, they clicked the last 2 of the term through Motlop and Charlie Curnow. Curnow's got 45 now for the season, the Coleman medal leader to date. Saints led it by 20 points at one point. It's an 8-point ball game, and a brilliant ball game at that. The pressure has been brought from both teams, particularly St Kilda.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774 from Stephen in the city of Prospect. Rest in peace to South Australian footy legend and icon Neil Curley. And I was pleased to hear today that there will be a state funeral to honour such a kind and well-respected person of our great game. Stephen, appreciate your message. Robin Montmorency's all over you about the Sam Walsh St Joey's connection. He was even ahead of you, I think, before you'd even mentioned it off the SNS. Bill says Blues are off the pace and burning it going forward. And Simone in Box Hill, hooray, Kel's back. Good to have you back where you belong. Good calling tonight, team. A proud umpire's daughter here. So, Simone, nice to hear from you, and I think we all echo that sentiment. Nice to have Kel back with us tonight. Pretty entertaining first quarter. Saints by 8 points. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse next on Grandstand AFL.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app, and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
9-13 for the season so far for Tim Membry. Usually more accurate than not. He runs around, he sends it on its way. And the Saints Q squad right behind the goals. And they've got the opener and a little biff and a little bit of push and shove and hip and shouldering. He knows how to kick them, Paddy Ryder. From a 45-degree angle, we're sitting behind him in the commentary box. He knew as soon as he'd struck that he'd struck it to perfection. Miller had got there, slapped it down. Pouncing on it is Sinclair. It'll bounce and sit up for Butler. He could run into an open goal, but he gives it off to Membry, who kicks it from the goal line. And the Saints have come out hot.
Hand pass to Chera, high up and under the half forward. Wilkie knocks it down, bursting through Honey. Hard ball get, hand pass to Motlop. Goal for the Blues. They're on the board.
Sinclair can go and find the footy. He tracks it and kick straight to Sard. Intercept, that is bad. And he finds Curnow. So Curnow, the crowd will tell us if this goes through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So much in it for the Saints tonight on a 3-game losing skid. They kicked the first 3 goals of the night. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they kicked the last 2. So as a result, St Kilda's lead cut to 8, having led by as many as 20 in that opening quarter. It is quarter time Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL. Just repeating the news that Eric Hipwood's been referred to the tribunal for a very unusual incident. He pushed Ryan Gardner, the Western Bulldogs defender, into umpire Jacob Mollison last night in the MRO's matrix. There is the provision there to give him a fine for that, but essentially Michael Christian and the AFL deciding to bump that up, and so as a result he'll have a date with the tribunal early in the week. Carlton now Lingy, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse. Carlton, they've only led once now in their last 6 games at quarter time, so they have been slow starters in recent times, and they're playing from behind again here.
They are, and they looked under the pump. They looked to have no composure at different times in that quarter, and that's credit to St Kilda because they played with a high energy to attack the footy and to put the pressure on and to move the ball. So really great credit to the Saints. They should have made them pay more, though. St Kilda, 3 goals, 6, and I reckon 3 of those from memory. Ryder, Higgins and Butler, all extremely gettable. So they could have had Carlton completely under the pump.
Yeah.
To Carlton's credit, once they settled a little bit towards the end, they probably got that gimme goal, though, mind you, the Charlie Curnow one. They started winning a bit more around the contest and were able to get the ball inside 50 a little bit more, Mick. That's where Carlton have got to build on now. They can't keep exposing that back line to the ball coming down really quickly and with no pressure on the kicker. Otherwise, young Brody Kemp in his 7th game is going to get exposed by Paddy Ryder or Max King or whoever it ends up being. Lewis Young struggling early on to start this game. Was terrific last week, but having a bit of a shocker of a first quarter, it tips back to that really good Carlton midfield to make sure they're protected a bit more.
Now, Lingy, if I said to you that a certain section of the Carlton greats on this ground have had 2 kicks from 3 players, who were the 3 players I'm talking about?
2 kicks
with three players.
3 players.
Okay, Sam Walsh, Paddy Cripps, and George Hewitt.
So a heap of handballs.
But still, it's still 2 kicks.
Yep.
Now, I said to you off air that the only way, I think it was off air, the only way the Saints can win this is by denying more entrances than what they get in their front 50. So in other words, you've got to keep the ball away from Carlton's front 50 because you can see what Curnow can do. We haven't seen Mackay get too much of it yet, but he will. So and the only way you can do that, it's not through your back line being good, it's through your midfield and your forwards being good.
So that high pressure has caused Carlton to overhand ball.
I reckon the overhand pass.
Saints by 8 points. Second quarter coming up on Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Saints by 8. Second term underway. Ryder wins the hit out. Down to Jones. Hand pass to Gresham. Kicks inside 50. King competes at centre half forward. No mark. Falls to Sard of the Blues. Hot hand pass for Young. Spills out to Doherty. Hand pass back into dispute. Sard puts his head over it. Can't get a kick away. Tackled and dispossessed. Comes to Steele. shoots goalward and helped through. Not quite. Marshall keeps it alive. Hand pass back to Doherty of the Blues. His hand pass a turnover. Windhager in the forward pocket. Took on one too many. Doherty got him the second time up. Says he handballed it. And a clearing kick from Kemp out of the defensive arc.
And all of those Blues fans are out of that seat in that forward pocket. Meanwhile, now they're cheering because Durden's got it on the wing, the broadcast wing. Gives it to Silvani. Silvani kicks, looking for Honey. Honey gets it down, and running into an open goal is Cottrell. Honey hasn't got a goal to his name, but a couple of sweet little give-offs and goal assists. And they're within 2 points, the Blues, 3-4-22, trailing St Kilda, 3-6-24. A goal in the opening minute of this second term, and that's 3 in a row, bracketed from that quarter-time break. Saints by 2 points.
And that really started Harry Mackay taking the mark here, and his awareness to not hesitate and just give that handball immediately to the runner meant that the Saints were in a world of hurt after that. If he had have just stopped and gone back behind the mark, the play doesn't unfold. Sam Doherty's tackle in defensive 50 was superb to kickstart things, but their willingness to play on and move the ball quick, really terrific play by the Blues.
So Saints with the first 3 in the game, Carlton with the next 3. Hot game of footy Friday night under the roof at Docklands. Taccone down to Cripps as he's been tackled. Hand pass to Walsh. Kicks it as high as the roof to centre half forward. Silvani flying for it, no mark. Spills down to Battle of the Saints. Hand pass to Jones at centre half back. Kicks to the outer wing. Caught in a tangle there, Newman and Butler. Butler goes to apply some front on pressure. Still chasing Gresham. It comes to Sard and he kicks out wide. And the mark will be taken by Chera on the City wing.
Cuts it back inboard to Kennedy. Marks uncontested. Gives off the handball to Walsh. Walsh drives it long into the pocket. Curnow was there. He got one hand to it. Wilkie had him. He tries to flick it to Mackay. They're edging closer to the goal. Mackay handballs back over his head. Silvani to Cottrell. Great smother by Sinclair. It might have been a goal-saving smother, but it comes back to Kennedy, and from a standing start, he has snapped it. Four in a row for the Blues, and they hit the front for the very first time. 4-4-28, St Kilda 3-6-24. 2 goals in the first 3 minutes of this second term, and they've got their mojo back and maybe just a little bit of swagger as well, these Blues.
Yeah, I don't think Saints have played badly for those 4 goals that have been kicked. There's been one bad turnover by Sinclair just before quarter time, but the others has just been the massive numbers that Carlton were able to get when that ball hit the deck. None of them have come from those marks. It was just good play, hard play. Saints just didn't clear it. And you pay a penalty when you don't clear the football these days because you end up with a lot of mass numbers around the football. They just keep feeding back. Kennedy gets the last feed back and kicks a goal.
As Kel said, first lead change of the night. So the Baggers by 4 points early in the second term. Back in the middle, Taccone palms it down, but here's Zach Jones for St Kilda. Kicks to the hot spot, trying to spoil from the back King. Down into the lap of Newman of the Blues. Hand pass to Plowman. Comes out of defensive 50 and Doherty takes the mark at half back.
How's the ball use from Plowman there?
Yeah.
It's a superb kick under pressure. St Kilda have got to believe, though, if their midfield can get the momentum back their way. That Carlton defence looks nervous. Lewis Young again then. Spilled another mark. He's not sure.
Doherty short to Chera. Chera long down the wing. It comes to Cripps. Hand pass to Kennedy. Works it through the maze to Walsh. Kicks to centre half forward. Turns it over. And Wanganeen Miller are the intercept mark at centre half back for the Saints.
He flares it wide where he's got the Windhager, who opts to stop instead of keep running, and then he brings it back inboard to Clark. Short, sharp passes. Sinclair in the bullseye. Gives it off to the run of Clark. And now the longer kick. Looking for King, floating across in front. Was all too easy for the Blues defenders there. And Plowman takes the intercept mark. He kicks wide to the City side. Fisher marks it right on that defensive 50 arc.
I think King's playing too far back. He's just not getting up where the ball is falling. So he's got to change his game. Forget about playing out of the goal square.
Fisher to Kemp to Sard all by foot. Still in the defensive 50, and now Plowman getting involved in this contest. His kick to Cripps just slipped through his fingers, had a little bit too much on it. What a pick up from Durden, and then he tries to deliver to Mackay, who is the attacking side of the dockside wing. And it's spoilt from behind from the number 20 in Howard, who's got the job on the number 10 in Mackay, and they trot back to that goal square area. A boundary throw in half forward here for the Blues, doing all the attacking.
Leads the AFL in that category, Dougal Howard, the number one spoiler in the game. Every stat's kept nowadays. The boundary throw in, Ryder down to Crouch, hand pass to Zach Jones. Slips a hand pass to Sinclair. Half back, closed down by Durden, switches to the opposite back flank and finds Wanganeen Miller, who just goes on a bit of a stroll, has a bounce, kicks it up into the front half. Bradley Hill the target, Cottrell forced to spoil. Hill didn't realise the ball was incoming, now trying to win it in open play. Jams it on the boot inside the forward 50. Bounce will suit Kemp, can't quite gather, a few fumbles, and it comes back to him on his knees. Hand pass to Nunes against his old mob and goes short to Cottrell. He marks at half back. Carlton by 4, 6 minutes into the second term.
Cottrell goes long down the wing to a one-on-one. Walsh comes in and spins into trouble. He spun straight into Wilkie and he was taken high. He wins a free kick. Wants to move it quickly. Handballs off to the run of Cottrell at full pace and delivers to Silvani. He kept running, did Cottrell. He received the handball. He gave it off to his teammate and Honey goes for goal, but he's offline.
Yeah, moving the ball extremely well, Blues, with a lot of confidence, and that's what's shaken the Saints a bit. The Saints need a steadier. They just need to kick a goal and see whether they can, and probably do it through a key forward, I reckon.
Miss from Honey, it's the Blues by 5 points.
Sinclair to a genuine one-on-one, and Wanganeen Miller turns Fisher inside out to take the mark. It comes to King, he's tackled immediately, ball comes out, Nunes the 1-2 with Kennedy. Nunes is drilled in the chase down tackle from Butler.
Push in the back?
I would have thought so, Cal.
He hit the deck really hard, Nunes, the ball carrier, but the tackler awarded. So Butler to Gresham in the middle of the ground, kicks out wide for Billings.
I know it looks good, a good chase down tackle, but you still can't push them in the back.
Billings inside a crowded forward 50, knacks the target, leaps up, no mark. Spoil from Young, down to Doherty, hurried kick, under pressure, and he pops it out on the full. Free kick for St Kilda, 60 metres out at left half forward.
And this next phase is the one where they've got to score, because they need a settler of the Saints, because they've proven they're okay. They're not giving the game up, but right now this is where the Blues are taking it out very, very easily.
Marshall v Doherty, sorry, Kel.
Sinclair's got the ball in his hands. He's just going to pop it up there and say, King, rise. He does. Quick handball out of there, Billings. No one can take it cleanly. Sard does, little toe poke to his own advantage. Picks it up, traps it, and delivers to Mackay. That was class from Sard. And Mackay really had to earn it. Howard told to get back on his mark and behave himself by the umpire. Mackay's got it across half back. Casually kicks towards his partner in crime in Curnow. Rises high, couldn't beat a host of Saints fans. Hill so casual, holding the ball. Cottrell's been good tonight. He's got an appetite for the contest and he caught Hill on that occasion.
Unfortunately, it's the same blokes that are letting the Saints down again. Confidence has gone from King.
So Cottrell just easily runs around Hill, the man on the mark, and into the forward line he goes. Forward pocket. Silvani had a big chunk of it. Blues fans are livid. They think he should have been paid the mark. Instead, the kick comes to a Plowman who's got it, who gives it to Nunes, and then Nunes delivers to Fisher, and now the ball's on the other side of the southern side of this stadium, and Fisher will have a set shot a little bit further out. Was that a mark to Jack Silvani?
Yes.
Right forward pocket rising high. The umpire didn't pay it. As Steve Silvani, his famous father, watches on and takes a swig of beer just to calm the nerves. This is Zach Fisher. He's got it on the left forward pocket. About 40-odd metres out. Swings around on his left. And then he celebrates in the pocket with the Blues fans. And a significant surge from Carlton after they conceded the first 3 goals of the night. Out to an 11-point lead. 5-5-35, St Kilda 3-6-24. Nearly 10 minutes gone in the second term.
5 in a row, Lingy. I said before they need a settler. Like, the game's not out of control, but what's happening now, any entrance is just rebounding ridiculously out. Talk about King. It's been a while since I've watched him live. He has lost all confidence. The suggestion I'll play him on the wing. No, play him high. Play him high where if the ball's going to go over his head, at least he's facing the ball on the rebound. So I'm sure Memory can come out of the goal square, as can Paddy Wright, as can Rowan Marshall. But change it up there.
They might have heard you, Mick. Memory's back in the goal square now, pushing King out a little bit.
5 in a row for the Blues. They lead by 11 points. Back in the middle. Steele, a hand pass away to Crouch. Kicks to centre half forward. No mark. Spills to O'Brien of the Blues. Hand pass to Nunes. Hand pass made it a little tough for O'Brien. His kick smothered. Spills to King of the Saints at half forward. Hand pass to Gresham. Feeds it to Higgins. Higgins snapping. Higgins goals.
Good pressure.
One the Saints desperately needed. They steady the ship. And Carlton's lead back to 5 points. The end of a 5 consecutive goal run for Carlton. St Kilda to 4-6-30. Carlton 5-5-35. Daggers by 5 points. 11 played in the second.
Mick, I reckon you might be good at this coaching caper if you ever turned your hand to it. You're right. Max King came up. He was higher than Membry was out of the goal square. And it was only a little tiny thing.
Yeah,
he just gets a handball.
Got it.
Felt the foot. He gives the handball off. The Saints get a goal. He starts feeling better about himself. He's in amongst the action.
Yeah, he has to feel better about himself. He's created the goal.
Yep.
That touch. He's a one-touch player, so I want to give him a chance. Well, anyway, he's up the ground, so that's good. I hope he stays up the ground now.
He was free in the goal square as well if Higgins wanted the little give-off.
But small forwards never give that one.
It's never going to happen, was it, Lingy? Blues by 5 points. This is a cracking contest, Friday night footy. Grandstand AFL back underway in the centre. Hewitt's got it, tackled by Crouch in a 360. And now it falls away at Butler, who can run into an open goal for St Kilda. And it's 2 in 20 seconds. They kick the first 3, the Saints. 5 in a row for the Blues. And now 2 in a row to the Saints. Momentum is everything in this game. And it's St Kilda by a point back in front, 5-6-36. Carlton 5-5-35. We're approaching the halfway mark of term number 2.
Well, both goals have come from real body pressure. Real body. When the Carlton's 5, 2 of them come from real good free ball, then it goes, and then 2 were, relatively. But those 2 St Kilda goals have come the hard way, but it's the way you want to get back in the game. It's nothing cheap there. It's just real gut hard work.
So the last 2 kicks, both goals. St Kilda by a point. Just as it looked like Carlton were about to race away from them, having kicked the previous 5 in the match. Both rucks miss it back in the middle. Crouch throws his boot at it, but into the path of Cripps for Carlton. Hand pass away to Walsh. Balloons a hand pass out to the wing for Doherty. Kicks from the logo. Down to half forward. Motlop the target. In a wrestle with Webster. Ball spits out to Clark of the Saints. Hand pass to Hill. Back to Clark. Kicks to centre half back. And Crouch takes the mark and lays it off to Bradley Hill.
Casually delivers to Marshall. Kept running. Gets it back Hill. Good disposal. Finds Gresham right in the centre of the ground. He wheels around and keeps it low, rising high. Unable to take it in the end was Wood. It was a great kick by Gresham. It'll ricochet the way of Ross on his preferred left. Tries to get it to Higgins. Launching himself like a slips catch. Couldn't take the mark. And now the Blues under the pump defensively. Caught. Plowman stepped into trouble. Gone, says the umpire. Free kick here for the Saints. Windhager 50 metres out, 45-degree angle. He's found something he likes. Oh, that's a poor kick. Oh, dear, Windhager. The rookie in the number 17 jumper. Because King casually came out in the pocket and he should have delivered it on his chest. And instead it slewed off the side of the boot. A calamity.
Yeah, one-step kick.
Over the boundary line.
The intent was right. There's no selfishness there.
Saints by a point. 2 lead changes in the quarter already from the boundary throw-in. Hewitt slick hands to Fisher. Bangs his kick up to the wing. Mackay competes. Howard spoils. No free kick for a hold on Motlop. Saints maintain possession. Webster by hand to Howard. Polyfarmer hand pass all the way back to Wilkie. He links up with Steele. Goes back by hand to Battle. Short kick to Webster. And Webster takes the mark. Defensive side of the wing. He comes out wide to Hunter Clark.
He helps him, Clark. He's going to take his time getting back into the game, but with a broken jaw and shoulders and that. But he's a very, very important player to him.
Just his 3rd game back, Nick. He played 1 of the previous 21 games.
Yeah.
Barely had him. Short to Howard. Short kick to Ross. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Marshall. And he goes with a long drop punt all the way out to the city wing for Membry. Slow build up for the Saints. Short pass to Billings.
They're changing direction with it, though, which I like. Just shifting that Carlton defence.
He comes back to Webster. Webster loads up, kicks to the top of the goal square. King flies, and King comes down with it. He looked like he was third in the queue, and they're going to pay an immediate 52 against the Carlton defence. And King will kick it from the top of the goal square.
Well, he'll kick this one.
It's a game of runs so far, and at the moment, St Kilda are off and running. 3 in a row for the Saints. King with his first of the night. And the Saints lead it by 7 points. 6-6 to 5-5. 16 played second term. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
See that chest mark, the way he took that, Max King had a little bit of a certain other King about it who used to wear the Kangaroos jumper.
Had to beat a couple and chest mark right at the top.
Yeah, so good for his confidence. He's a target on this kid the day he was drafted, and I reckon he's worn it pretty well. He's been thrust into one of the most difficult positions he'll play, and I think regardless of, he is measured up. Yeah. And he'll just keep getting better. Yeah. Look, he was knocked off the ball there. That was an outstanding moment.
This is an outstanding game. Feels like it's top 4 quality unfolding.
This is where Ryder should have it all over Silvani. Should.
So they go at it. Ryder straight down the throat of Jones, gives it to Ross. They win it out of the centre on his awkward right foot. He gets it inside 50 to King. Was it a push?
Yeah, had to be there. Worth a try.
So he's pushed his opponent in the back, Lewis Young. And Young breathes a very big sigh of relief as he flicks the kick out wide. City side, here's Motlop waiting at the back, and he takes off. He has a bounce. He stops. He gets around Jones. He handballs out in front of the captain, Cripps. Handballs back in board to Kerno, who dropped it cold. Charlie didn't see it coming. Charlie had to apply the tackle. And now it'll be a ball up inside 50 here for the Blues. Tim Hodges on the boundary, Hodgie.
Kel, back to that strapping that Cripps has on his right calf. He does not want to kick at all. Mick mentioned it at quarter time. He's just handballing at the moment.
From the ball up, O'Brien had it, and then he was immediately under the pump. Saints win it back. Jones for St Kilda, kicks down the wing. Louis Young trying to skid through, can't claim possession. Now his opponent, King, goes to ground, knocks it out, but turns it over. Walsh for the Blues. Hand pass to Nunes. He can kick back to half forward for Carlton. They come from all directions. Spills down, though, to Wilkie. And a sweeping hand pass relieves some pressure. Here's the kick that comes all the way down the wing from Howard. Up in the direction of Higgins. Higgins hand pass in behind Butler, his intended target. Tackled by Plowman. Holding the ball, says the umpire. And a free kick for Lockie Plowman. And even he was a little shocked that he was getting the free. He will get it for Carlton at right half back.
Fans on both sides, confused and angry, frustrated, out of their seats. I was going to say enjoying every minute of this. I'm not sure there's much enjoyment either side. But boy, they are involved. And the players are feeding off this electric energy under the closed roof. The Blues work it to Kennedy in front of the interchange gates, kicks it up to a contest. No Blues decide to fly, and Wilkie's have been able to juggle that mark.
He's been an outstanding player, hasn't he, Wilkie?
What a season he's having.
Yeah. They've got a sense here, St Kilda. Get the ball to Max King while he's feeling good, and Lewis Young is having a horror start to this game.
So the switch kick is on out to Webster. They come around the city side memory on the end of a long lead.
They're not covering the flanks now, Lingy. Their next kick, the Saints, they have to bring it back inside because they don't have a target.
Oh, Sinclair goes into the centre of the ground. It was risky, but still was able to take the mark. Give it off to Hill. Hill then kicks towards King. Punched away by Young. Well played by the Young defender. And now on the outer side, Sinclair rises high and he outmarks Motlop.
Gee, that's a good mark. That's a tough ball to take.
He'd be in all-Australian contention, you would think, Sinclair, for the Saints. Second in the best and fairest behind Jack Steele last year, and he's having a cracking game here tonight.
He goes short to his good mate Billings, and Billings can go long to Mason Ward, who got separation on Plowman and takes the mark. And now the former Kangaroo, the lefty, heads inside 50 but turns it over. And Kennedy with the intercept mark at centre half back for Carlton.
You've got to know who you're kicking to there. You put a bit of height on that to King. He would have sat on Kennedy's head, but tried to spear it in.
Goes back to Newman. Newman short to Chera. Chera tried to hit up Newman again. Turns it over. Ryder intercepts and trickles it through for a goal. Costly turnover from Adam Chera, and he pays the full price. St Kilda with 4 in a row. Ryder's got a couple, and the Saints are up by 13 points as we tick into time on in the second term.
Well, the pressure's just gone through the roof for the Saints. And it's the old thing, Lingy, what we said early on. Can they maintain it? Well, they didn't for a little while. All the 5 goals that Carlton kicked weren't from lack of pressure, but there were instances of it. Now that pressure's been returned, and almost, I'm just trying to think, that most of the goals that Saints have got this quarter have come from either turnovers or that type of pressure.
Yeah, huge tackles or just defending really well the receiver. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mick. And this is the St Kilda that we started believing in when they knocked off Geelong and a couple of those other teams playing great footy. This is what has just been completely lacking over the last few weeks. Great response when Carlton had flipped the game back into their control for a period of time. Good game of footy. This is fun.
A game of massive momentum shifts as well. And it's all going the Saints' way. They lead it by 13 points. Ryder, who kicked the goal, is back in the centre. It comes the way of Jones. He was tackled as soon as he got it. And we'll have a secondary ball up on the edge of that centre circle.
Still plenty of time left in this quarter too for a number of goals that have been scored.
Yep, 6 and a bit minutes to play before interval here tonight. We can all take a breather. So flicked up at ground level, Fisher. Campbell, stolen by Sinclair. Gets it to Steele, sweeps it out wide to Wanganeen Millerer. He's got time to assess. He runs backwards. He has a little bounce and then he delivers for Steele. Goes back to Wanganeen Millerer, who leaves it in the end for Webster. They're mucking around with it here, over-possessing. Play on, says the umpire. Cripps comes in. He wrenches it clear. Gives it to Fisher. Gives it to Honey. He can't find De Koning. De Koning applies the pressure on Jones. Jones goes to ground. Big ball to be won. Hewitt, Cripps, sidesteps, skies it, and up and under on the end of it. Chera couldn't take the mark, waited for it to bounce, gave it to Kennedy, who delivered, couldn't quite get it to Motlop. It's a fierce ball. Motlop goes again. Was he tripped? Umpire says play on. Motlop again. Motlop for a goal. The teenager sets the crowd alight. 50,000 in the house, and all eyes on the number 3, Jesse Motlop, who went to ground, he got up again, he went to ground, he got up again, and then he curled it through from the top of the goal square. And this contest just keeps getting better and better. Saints by 7, Carlton 6-5-41, St Kilda 7-6-48, Motlop with his second.
Oh, that is some sort of goal, Mick. That was brilliant by Jesse Motlop, and great response from Carlton. Relentless at the contest, was not pretty at all. There was contest after contest, mistake after mistake, and they just kept at it. And, we're watching the replay of that goal. He probably was legged, and he broke a tackle. And a beautiful little banana. Great play.
Played for the South Coogee Saints as his junior club in the southern suburbs of Perth, and against the Saints jumpers tonight, the youngest man on the ground, Jesse Motlop, with a special. The ball up again alongside the centre circle, so missing nothing in the middle. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, can you remember the last couple of years we'd turn up on a Friday night, there were 28 people total inside the stadium during the COVID times. This is as good as atmosphere as I've ever known at this stadium. It is absolutely rocking, and with the roof shut, completely and utterly deafening.
The game living up to the event as the Saints with the centre breakthrough. Sinclair, but a turnover. Assad shares it with O'Brien. He kicks out wide for Motlop, the new fan favourite. Hand pass over the top to Hewitt. Pokes his pass to Durden, who marks between wing and half forward. And the young South Australian can look deep inside the forward 50. He looks into Mackay direction. He's bowled over. Free kick surely. The umpire says play on. Cottrell snaps Colwood and sneaks it through for a behind. Gee, Harry Mackay went to ground in the marking contest. The umpire didn't blow his whistle. And up behind is all Cottrell's got to show for it.
I reckon there's a free there anyway.
No, did he play for that a bit, Harry?
Oh, I don't know if he didn't play for it. No, I reckon his foot slipped and then he leant in. So no, I wouldn't have thought he played for it. I don't think it was a free kick.
Saints by 6, time on in the second quarter.
And they're in possession, trying to drive it out of the D50. Wilkie's got the ball in his hands. What a matchup he's had with Charlie Curnow. Can't wait to ask Lingy at halftime and Mick how they've seen that matchup. So the kick comes on the outer side. Crouch handballs over to Wanganeen Millerer. Easily gets around Saad. And then he delivers. Marshall too far out to score. His kick was smothered by Young. Back to Wanganeen Millerer. who skies it. It'll land right in the goal square and it's punched through. Chera
It's out of bounds, I think.
punched through and over, in fact, for out of bounds. So it will be a boundary throw-in. So this is a good result for the Saints. A boundary throw-in in their left forward pocket, and they lead it by 6 points.
See, the numbers down there quick, don't they, Lingy? It's, three-quarters of the team were down there.
Saints by a goal, boundary throw in. DeConing got hands on it, and then a volleyball spike from Saad. 20 metres further afield to Fisher, who's locked up immediately at centre-half back for Carlton.
I reckon you'd have a look at that stoppage and say, why wasn't there a Saint player behind that pack there? That was very, very ordinary defence.
Ball up, centre-half forward for the Saints. DeConing wins it down. Kennedy soccer straight to Wanganeen Miller. Chips it to the top of the goal square. Ryder down there. Young also flies. Spills top of the goal square. Higgins jumps on top of the footy. Pack forms around him. Umpire says, holding the ball.
No.
Free kick for Carlton.
There's times when that is a free kick, and that's... Two of them had the ball. Look, if you have a close look, you'll find that Saad actually had the ball.
And what about the Hulk Hogan manoeuvre into Jack Higgins' back off the top rope? I mean, you've got to play it both ways.
Oh, goodness gracious me. They just call the ball up there.
Saad short to Lewis Young. Back to Saad. On the left. Thumping kick. DeConing. And Ryder, rather it was Marshall. They couldn't get anywhere near it. They bumped each other off the ball. Wilkie with a handball. Wanganeen Miller up against Motlop. The two exciting machines. The two young guns and excitement machines. And we'll call it 15-all because neither could clear it.
How's the Valperovic and Christo treatment for Adam Saad? He's getting a woof. We haven't seen... I think Matthew Watson had a go at it. Who played for Carlton for a short time, the lefty. And now Adam Saad... Looks like he's got the honours at the moment for Carlton. The Blue Baggers faithful in the house. Almost 50,000 here tonight. From the ball up, the Saints win it. Billings hand pass to Jones. He's kicked forward the turnover.
That's a bad setup by the Saints even there. Forward of the ball, they had two sitting next to each other, and Carlton had three. You've got to mix that up so that there's no space. There's no evenness to space.
Here's another lefty in Newman who can probably feel a bit slighted as he kicks the ball down the wing for Carlton after the intercept mark, and it's out of play. Clark's hand pass trying to get it to Billings, and Fisher knocks it out. So a boundary throw in just beneath us in front of the interchange. Saints by 6 points, 28 minutes into this second term. A hell of a game of footy so far. 7-6 St Kilda, Carlton 6-6.
So a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates. Comes down to Doherty's. Kick ricochets to Walsh. And Walsh with a high ball flying in there. Mackay couldn't control it. It's all St Kilda. Wheeling around onto his right is Jones. Delivers to a one-on-one. Plowman outmarks Higgins. His kick slews off the side of the boot, but it's okay. Doherty's there. He's able to gather. He gives it off to Newman. Breaks the tackle. Bursts through the centre. Puts it on his left. Out in front of Mackay. Zach Jones filling the hole. He's able to bravely bash that down and then get it again and give it to Sinclair, who kicks out in front of Bradley Hill. He's going to take on O'Brien. Hill. O'Brien's got him. O'Brien's caught him. And Bradley Hill is gone.
He's turning into an important player for Carlton, Lockie O'Brien. His work rate, that was outstanding.
He's told to play on immediately. He hits up Newman, who puts it inside 50, bounces off Curno's chest. There's Durden, right where you want him, trying to bounce one through. He misses. From 20 out right in front. He was front and centre, but no goal here. Behind. Saints by 5 points. Half-hour mark, second term.
Would you just keep an eye on Dougal Howard for us? Just got up really slowly from that marking contest with the trainer limping at the moment.
That's one player they can't afford to have off.
Battle on the kicking duties.
Doing a good job on Harry Mackay at the moment.
He's doing a terrific job.
Short to Clark, who goes short to Billings. Final minute of this opening term that's helter-skelter. Saints by 5 points. Kick up towards the wing. King was the target. Back to Higgins. He's just kicked basically for distance because there was no one to go to and it rolls out of bounds.
That's that setup again. It's a very poor St Kilda setup because there's nothing structure in front of it where you've got to be able to have an outlet.
And he's been pinged for deliberate, so Plowman takes it. Still time to score here for the Blues. DeConing couldn't mark it. Clark weaving, delivering then to Crouch, who gives it off to Sinclair, and now Hill flares the kick wide right in front of the interchange gates. Still, the skipper has got it. 10 seconds to go. King marks. Got a long way out, though. He's marked right in front of the Blues bench. Can they get a mark here? It'll land just inside the arc. Marshall flies, rises. Couldn't quite take it. Tackled by Billings. Umpire says, raise both hands. That'll do us for an opening half of football. One of the best opening halves of footy we've seen so far this year. St Kilda with a 5-point lead at the main break. 7-6-48 to the Carlton Blues. 6-7-43 after the Saints led it by 8 points at quarter time. So it was 3 goals for the Saints. Got off to a flyer. And then the next 5 to the Blues. And St Kilda were able to kick back in and score 4 of the last 5 goals before half-time. The goal kickers for St Kilda, 2 to Membry, 2 to Ryder, singles to Max, King, Butler and Higgins. And for the Blues, 2 to Motlop, Curnow, Cottrell, Kennedy and Fisher.
Saints had only won one of their previous 10 quarters coming into the night. They win the first and then lost the second quarter by just 3 points, but entertaining game of footy. 2 lead changes in the match. Both of them came in that second term, and St Kilda by 5 in front of a packed house. Half-time Friday night footy, round 16. ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital, the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling at half-time. It is the Saints, the underdogs, who lead it by 5 points.
Well, Mick called for St Kilda to be a chance tonight. They had to limit the inside 50s for Carlton and make sure that Carlton forward line didn't get 60-plus looks at the footy over the course of the game. Well, Mick, so far St Kilda have kept them to only 23 inside 50s in a half of footy, so doing a great job. Have generated 34 themselves.
Yeah,
so probably could have taken a few more chances.
Yeah, particularly early in that second quarter, Lingy.
Yeah.
They really went probably I think Carlton might have kicked the next 2 or 3 goals before they eventually got one back, but they wasted a lot of opportunities in that first part of that second quarter.
And Carlton, they're +7 in contested possession, so you usually think when they're controlling that area they would get lots of inside 50s, but St Kilda's pressure has been excellent, and that's where they swung the momentum back in that second term. St Kilda have had 11 tackles inside their forward 50 to Carlton's only 3 in their forward 50, so that highlights the pressure's there. The contest is pretty good, only down by 7, and they're protecting their defence and giving their forwards enough chances. So signs are really good.
Yeah. Where they're missing the contested ball, they're winning the stoppages.
Yep.
So sort of like there's a bit of a balance there because they're comprehensive. When Ryder comes up against, say, Silvani, it's a comprehensive clearance. It's not one of these sort of haphazard ones. He's able to direct it, and I think that takes the pressure off that next contested footy. So it's a game of intrigue, really. My assessment of Higgins and Butler by being in the side at the same time, you've got to do one of 2 things: kick goals together or defend together. They've both been okay at that, so that's relieved a bit of pressure on King having to kick all the goals, which in fact he's only kicked the one from the 10-yard square. But it's to say in that 6 goals to 7 scoreline, Carlton kicked 5 unanswered. It's misleading because it's been a contest all the way through.
Mick, I'm intrigued on your take on one player for Carlton. So Sam Walsh, again, been superb, had 19 disposals, might be on his way to another 40, but he's had 5 kicks, 14 handballs. Again, the pressure, you highlighted this at quarter time, the pressure of St Kilda's forced the overuse of handball. Paddy Cripps, 15 disposals, 3 kicks, 12 handballs.
Yep.
So the pressure has been enormous and has meant that those players, as good as they've been at winning the footy, haven't been super impactful. Adam Chera, just how you see his game, his development in this Carlton midfield. High draft pick, terrific at Fremantle, gave up a lot, get him, big recruit. He's only had the 6 disposals, 0 tackles, playing what feels predominantly on the wing at the moment, on the outside. Well, do you try something different with him for the second half?
Well, the thing is that when you've got the players you mentioned going through the centre, and we know that Walsh, basically, if you said to him there's 2 games in a row, 8 quarters, and you're not coming off the ground, he'd go, I'm disappointed there's not a third game. Because he's going to run all day. Paddy Cripps really, outside of, he doesn't like being on the bench, I know that for a fact. He likes to go forward. So he basically wants to stay around the ball. And then you've got Hewitt, and then you've got Kennedy.
Did you get that feedback at times?
Well, I had him early days. But
you said it like I was from experience.
Well, that's where I'm coming from. Because you just know that's where he wants to play. He loves the football. So where does he play, Chira? You're like Chira's he's got to have if he's going to go in the middle, he's got to have an impact. So therefore, one of those places has got to come out. Now we know they're not going to last forever in there, so it's the time in there. So I don't reckon little cameos do a midfielder any good if he's a midfield that needs 6 or 7 minutes. If it's only going to be 2 or 3 minutes, sometimes that has a detriment effect because he goes hell for it trying to get it, can't get it, then he loses a bit of confidence. But I think to me they're trying to squeeze him into the side at the moment as opposed to you've got a role to play.
So I agree with you very much about a midfielder needing to get into the rhythm of a 7 or 8 minute block in there. And Cripps and Walsh and Hewitt are above him on the pecking order, and Kennedy as well. But I just wondered tonight, given St Kilda's enormous pressure has meant that Walsh and Cripps are 8 kicks, 26 handballs between them, whether or not Shearer coming in there, just a little bit of a different look for an 8 or 10 minute block might just throw something different at St Kilda and might actually start getting some kicks through the middle of the ground as opposed to that a little bit overuse of handball that's come from the Saints' pressure.
Yeah, because when you look at the Saints, Gresham's, what's he gone 7, and he's 6 and 11 too, so there's a bit of pressure on him too, because he's normally a good kicking player. Hill's been interesting. I know he got caught out the far side, and I've been a critic of Hill, but they're setting him up beautifully for the rebounding run.
The run the run pass with speed.
And they want him to use the ball. I think he's been overestimated how good he is with the football, but nonetheless, one of the reasons why the Saints have been able to score has been trying to catch this back line out that's not necessarily as experienced as you would come up against. So it's the speed of getting it in there. Perhaps that's where I thought Jones starting half forward would have been probably more appropriate to stay there and come up the ground as a sixth, or another offensive midfielder, and then keep bolting back like Hill did, because Hill's now you can't have both of them doing that. So you've got one back end and one at the front end, but. Getting back to what you say about Chira, the simple fact is that you've got to have a fair bit up your sleeve for a start off, and the game's pace at the moment, we saw that last night with the Dogs run out by quarter time, they couldn't sustain it. The test here will be who's the better side, can they whichever there was the better side being Carlton structurally and also man-wise, how long it takes them to get into a settling mode. But can the Saints maintain that pressure? Because they've got their goals through pressure. Yeah, absolutely. Which has been fantastic for them.
I reckon one thing Michael Voss would be working on feverishly in the rooms right now would be Jack Sinclair and what he can do with him. So apart from that bad mistake...
They're doing that themselves, though. They're doing that. They're dropping that player back behind the ball, so they're allowing Sinclair to be that free player.
So he's had 24 disposals. He's had the 17 kicks, 7 handballs. So he's actually the one taking it forward by foot. Excuse him that one mistake. That's what you do when you're that attacking type of player. But I think, Vossi and his crew would think, okay, how can we just cut him back to 10 touches in the second half and not that creativity?
And 6 inside 50s, intercept possessions 5, score involvements 4, over 400 metres gained for Sinclair, so that's his 24 to half time. The Saints lead it by 5 points. Great breakdown from Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. It probably sums up exactly what's happening in this game. It's been a tremendous match. 2 lead changes in that second quarter, 7 goals to 6 at half time. It's the Saints by 5 points. There's a list of other sports happening around the sporting universe as long as your arm, and we'll get into some of them next. Second half action not far away, but first on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio across the country. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron at the Elysee Palace in a bid to formally reset diplomatic relations. Mr. Albanese flew into Paris last night after spending 4 days in Madrid at the NATO Leaders Summit. Paris-Canberra relations soured after former Prime Minister Scott Morrison last year tore up a contract with French company Naval Group in favour of nuclear-powered submarines under the AUKUS agreement. Climate change is also high on the meeting's agenda. Former Northern Territory Chief Minister Shane Stone has lost his senior Commonwealth job after a restructure of the federal government's disaster recovery agency. Nicholas Hines with the details.
Labor had called for former Chief Minister and Liberal Party President Shane Stone to be stripped of his role leading the National Recovery and Resilience Agency in March after he made controversial comments during the East Coast flood disaster. Then Shadow Emergency Management Minister Murray Watt slammed Mr Stone's comments that some destroyed homes shouldn't be rebuilt and local residents needed to face realities. Today, Minister Watt said Mr Stone will leave the job next month, with the agency to shift into the Home Affairs portfolio in an attempt to better coordinate disaster response.
Ukrainian authorities say a Russian missiles hit an apartment block in Odessa, killing at least 18 people and injuring dozens more. Here's the BBC's Grant Ferret.
According to the military administration spokesman for Odessa, Serhiy Bratchuk, all 9 floors of one section of the apartment building were brought down. He said a recreation centre was also hit. Ukraine had hoped that the Russian withdrawal on Thursday from the strategically important Snake Island in the Black Sea would ease the threat to Odessa. President Zelensky predicted that it would considerably limit Russian operations in the area. But the main fighting continues to take place in eastern Ukraine, with no let-up in the assault on the city of Lysychansk.
Solomon Islands has opened its borders to international visitors for the first time in more than 2 years. Amy Bainbridge has more from Honiara.
Solomon Islands flight IE701 arrived from Brisbane this afternoon. Earlier this week, the government scrapped its requirement for international arrivals to quarantine for 6 days. The government hopes tourism will return to pre-pandemic visitor numbers. Solomon Islands recently generated global headlines over a security agreement it signed with China, sparking swift diplomatic efforts in the region, including from Australia. Amy Bainbridge, ABC News, Honiara.
China's President Xi Jinping is overseeing the inauguration of Hong Kong's new leader John Lee and his government. The former policeman's taking over from Carrie Lam as chief executive of Hong Kong on the 25th anniversary of its handover from British colonial rule to Chinese control. Members of the new administration swore allegiance to the Chinese government during the ceremony. Mr. Lee expressed gratitude for being chosen as Hong Kong's leader.
I will lead my governing team to strive to build a more caring and inclusive Hong Kong full of vibrancy, hope and development opportunities.
The International Criminal Court is marking its 20th anniversary. The court has investigations underway in 17 countries at the moment, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, though most are in Africa. The ICC registered only 3 war crimes convictions in the 20 years since its founding treaty came into force. Without a police force of its own and relying on national authorities to carry out arrests, getting suspects to The Hague has been an ongoing problem. A total of 123 countries are members of the court and accept its jurisdiction, but the US, Russia and China do not. Turkey's media watchdogs banned access to the Turkish services of US public broadcaster Voice of America and German broadcaster Deutsche Welle. The move has prompted criticism, with many accusing the country of censorship. The Supreme Board of Radio and Television enforced a February decision requiring international media to apply for a broadcasting license. It means the websites of both Deutsche Welle and Voice of America are no longer available in Turkey. And an independent review has been launched into Sky City's casino operations in South Australia. The state's liquor and gambling regulator says interstate probes that found failings of other casino operators have prompted it to take action. The investigation will ensure Sky City is still a suitable operator to hold a casino licence in the state. Retired Supreme Court Judge Brian Martin will conduct the review. He's expected to report back to the Commissioner by the 1st of February next year. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
If you love sport, we've got the exact podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, your daily sports conversation.
He's bet on black and it's landed for him.
Tremendous Wesley Snipes reference there.
When you think you're driving a Mercedes and you look under the hood, you realise it's merely a Fiat.
And while people at home had perfect pictures, we had nothing to commentate on, and I did it on the telephone with a guy in London telling me who was on the front of the race.
You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Durden's got it on the wing. gives it to Silvani. Silvani kicks, looking for Honey. Honey gets it down, and running into an open goal is Cottrell with high. Handball's back over his head. Silvani to Cottrell. Great smother by Sinclair. It might have been a goal-saving smother, but it comes back to Kennedy, and from a standing start, he has snapped it. This is Zach Fisher. He's got it on the left forward pocket. 40-odd metres out. Swings around on his left. And then he celebrates in the pocket with the Blues fans.
Spills to O'Brien of the Blues. Hand pass to Nunes. Hand pass made it a little tough for O'Brien. His kick smothered. Spills to King of the Saints at half forward. Hand pass to Gresham. Feeds it to Higgins. Higgins snapping. Higgins goals.
Back underway in the centre. Hewitt's got it. Tackled by Crouch in a 360. And now it pulls away at Butler, who can run into an open goal for St Kilda. And it's 2 in 20 seconds.
Comes back to Webster. Webster loads up. Kicks to the top of the goal square. King flies. And King comes down with it. It's a game of runs so far, and at the moment St Kilda are off and running. 3 in a row for the Saints. King with his first of the night.
Chera couldn't take the mark, waited for it to bounce, gave it to Kennedy, who delivered, couldn't quite get it to Motlop. It's a fierce ball. Motlop goes again. Was he tripped? Umpire says play on. Motlop again. Motlop for a goal.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the second term. It is St Kilda by 5 points at half-time. The Saints 7-6-48, Carlton 6-7-43. Tremendous game of footy, a big-time event, sold out. Parking was sold out. It's caused chaos around the ground. There's a firelight festival taking place in the Docklands area. If I was an old-school broadcaster, I would say something like, but the real fire's under the roof here at Docklands tonight as the St Kilda Football Club make their way back out onto the ground. The Saints have been excellent. They lead by 5 points at the half after leading by 8 at quarter time. St Kilda kicked the first 3 goals of the game. Carlton responded with the next 5. St Kilda the next 4. And Jesse Motlop kicked one of the goals of the season just before half time. The last goal of the game. He's got a couple for the Blue Baggers. Corbett Middlemass and Kelly Underwood in commentary. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, your experts on Grandstand AFL. Now, the SMS number is 0437 774 774. Both Drew and Rob have been in touch. I mentioned that Adam Sard was getting the Ange Christou Valperovic sort of woof treatment tonight when he sends it forward. There was a social media clip doing the rounds where Adam Sard actually grew up next door to Ange Christou. So Ange taught him how to play footy, and this afternoon put out a video asking fans essentially to pass the woof on and make sure that Adam Sard gets it.
Oh, really? So that's why it's happening.
And the Carlton fans have listened. So thanks to Drew and Rob for pointing that out. So that's why we're seeing that tonight. Shout out to Jay in Sale as well, who mentions that it's nice to be listening to us tonight. We appreciate your company, Jay, and everybody else, wherever you may be across the country. There is a heap going on in other sports. First of all, the other AFL news is Eric Hipwood's been referred directly to the tribunal for pushing Gardner into the umpire last night. He ultimately went forward, took a mark, kicked a goal, and his player and the umpire were
totally agree,
picking themselves up. Are you happy with that outcome?
Yeah, I am. It's dangerous.
Should he miss a game for that?
Miss a game. Green got 6 weeks for handling an umpire. This is, we are there to protect the umpires. You cannot channel a player and then push a player into an umpire's run.
So you think he deliberately pushed his opponent?
That's going to be proven.
Yeah. Right.
If that's proven, he does time. If it's not proven because it was an accident or he just bumped the player and didn't realise it, then they've got to establish that. I'm not going to criticise or crucify the player without knowing, and you've got to see each angle. But if he is deliberately bumped that player into an umpire, that's no different than handling an umpire. Or bumping into yourself.
In other sport, Australia won the cricket, so that's really 2.5 days. They won by 10 wickets, so Sri Lanka in their second innings, all out for 113, inside 23 overs. Travis Head 4 for 10 off 2.5 overs, and Nathan Lyon 4 for 31. Australia with really 4 balls to face in the fourth innings of the match. No wicket for 10. David Warner got the winning runs, mopped them up, and a 10-wicket victory for the Aussies.
Mick, I know you like your cricket. What did you make of Steve Smith's carry-on after his dismissal?
Shocking.
Didn't like it?
No, I thought it was shocking because we know it's a very, very individualistic type of game. You do not show You do not show your emotions against you can be disappointed, but do not show that against a teammate. There's no deliberate run out there. It is just simply a bit of judgment. Makwaja's known for he's not quick, and he never has been, he's never going to be. So Steve Smith, I think, as a former captain, should know far better.
In the NRL tonight, Newcastle too good for Gold Coast, 38-12, so big win for the Knights. And the Penrith Panthers leading the Sydney Roosters, so half hour to go there. The Panthers up by 2, 14-12, so close game against the Roosters. There's a heap of sport on this weekend. Tour de France, Wimbledon, the Wallabies, the Boomers in action, Super Netball Grand Final. There's world title fights for Aussies in UFC and the boxing. There's a heap to get into, but our focus is here. Second half action upon us. Saints by 5. Kelly Underwood, Grandstand AFL.
And the two ruckmen get it down off hands. A quick little soccer away down there, a scramble, and Gresham flicks it up. Might have been a throw to Steele. Steele works it to Windhager. Does well through traffic to Ross. Skies the ball. Lands at the top of the goal square. Off hands. Tackled to the ground was Membry. Crouch comes in. He flicks it out. Billings goes to ground. It's stolen by Saad. Fires it out to Cottrell. Gives it off to Walsh. Walsh by foot finds Motlop across half back. Motlop spins and brings it back to Cripps.
Here's that zipper we're talking about. They're opening it right up again, Kel.
So looks to go through the corridor and then delivers.
Howard's done a hammy, I reckon.
1-on-1, Mackay rising. He got 10 metres on Howard.
Well, he's done something. I shouldn't jump and say a hammy, but
he knows he's done it.
He knows he's done it. He just punched the turf in anger and frustration, did Howard. So they were 1-on-1. There was no one near them. Howard stopped, propped, and Mackay was able to launch forward and mark with ease. And now Harry Mackay lining up for his first goal of the night in the opening minute of this third term. Right on 50, on the left, sends it on its way. It's going to come back, and it does. It squeezes through, but it's touched right on the line.
Well, Howard looks like...
No, he's coming off.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's getting two minds in. He's in trouble now. He's having to sprint because Mackay, the ball's been turned over. And a quick shot.
Is it an ankle he's done?
Yeah, it must be, Mick. You're right, because it can't be soft tissue the way he sprinted like that.
I reckon he's done his ankle. He must have twisted his ankle. He's done his ankle, then twisted it on that. No, he hasn't got a hamstring. There's no way he's got a hamstring.
No, I'll take that back. So I shouldn't have jumped the gun, but...
Two scores already, are behind for Mackay, behind for Fisher. St Kilda by 3 points, and they're hemmed in here deep in defensive 50. Steele with the footy. Comes wide to King, who presents all the way up to halfback. He's going to get a free kick for having his arms chopped. He had a fair piece of it anyway in front of Brodie Kemp.
Still pleased that he's coming up the ground to get involved in the game.
Saints by 3. King kicks down the line. Adam Saad with the intercept mark. So here we go with the Wolf to follow.
Got to kick it long now then, if you're going to get a Wolf.
As Adam Saad heads down to half forward. The Blues fans in unison. King flies for it, no mark, spills to Walsh. Hand pass to Chera, gives it to Cripps, back to Chera. Surge kick forward, puts it out on the full.
And Hodgie, we'll go down to you. It looks like a sub's going to be made.
They're getting Tom Highmore. He's got the jumper on. So, yeah, he is coming off. Dougal Howard is coming off, shaking his head, and the sub is made. Tom Highmore is into this game and straight into the action.
Call it, Hodgie. He rose up high. He nearly took the mark, did Highmore. 2 steps in and up he went. And here's a chance for the Saints. An unkind bounce, unfavourable bounce for Nunes. Higgins was ready to pounce. And then Higgins in the end had to tackle Doherty to the ground.
What has he done?
It looks like a hammy.
Well, how is he able to get back so much?
He stayed out there and he sprinted. That's
bizarre.
Oh,
what about the tap from Ryder down to Gresham, who could finish this in style? No. Right up against the boundary line at full pace. He's curled that one back in from the toughest angle and just missed. And the tap was just... That's football in beautiful fashion, isn't it, Ricky?
That needed to be a goal so that we could watch that replay over and over again for the tap work as well. That was brilliant.
That was like the Ryder Robbie Gray one where he running the goal, the famous one at Adelaide Oval, obviously in different colours. He's a master, Paddy Ryder, at his craft as the kick from Nunes out of the defensive 50, up to the wing, nice mark, Cripps. Moves it on to his partner in crime, Walsh. Chips up into the front half, and here's Honey, who takes a good mark in front of Webster. looks into an open forward 50. Catches Curnow wrong-footed, needs a kind bounce, won't get it. And there's Highmore in the defensive 50. The sub who's into the game, hand pass to Hill. He spears a kick to Billings, who marks at half-back. I feel like I want to hit pause just to talk about all the things that are happening in the game.
Let me tell you, Josh Battle's gone on to Mackay for start-off, and that's going to be a big, big test for him. He's 193 against, 203.
Billings kicked up towards Ryder. He had to tap it down. Walsh does well to keep it in play. Wheels around, sends it into that left forward pocket. Highmore straight into the action, up against Mackay. Battles there as well. Webster, they do well. This is Highmore, handballing. Off to Winderhager. He's running backwards. Highmore's got it again. He had more possessions than some other players out there. And again, he handballs back. And now Battle with the kick. The exiting kick out of the defensive 50. Spoiled from behind by Lewis Young. Straight down the throat of Chera. Handballs inboard. Got it to Doherty, who got it to De Koning. Kicks out wide. Marked by Hewitt. Off to the run of Sard. Sard delivers inside 50 expertly. And on the end of it is the star of the show, Charlie Curnow.
That kick from Sard, just got to point out, the degree of difficulty for that is enormous. He is running full speed on his right foot with pressure coming onto his right foot. He still kicks it on his left off the outside of his foot.
Inside out kick.
To lace out Charlie Curnow.
Charlie Curnow to put the Blues back in front in his topsy-turvy game. Hasn't got his kicking boots on tonight. From directly in front, a poor miss from the superstar forward. As we go back down to the bench, latest from Tim Hodges.
Cal Dougal-Howard, it is a left knee. Remember, he injured himself just before half-time. I think they rolled the dice out there for the start of the third quarter because he's so important to this team. And once it went pear-shaped in those first few minutes, they fired him straight out of the game. So, they'd already made the sub before he'd actually got to the bench. So it's a left knee, not a hamstring.
Thanks, Hodgie. It's not often you see that with a sub is actually replaced by the Medi sub who comes off the guy who's on and off for one another. And that's exactly what we saw on that occasion as the Saints work it up to the wing. Mark taken by Winderhager. He turns and looks for Marshall, who marks between wing and half forward. Looks deep into the pocket for Ryder. Slips out the back. King can't keep it alive. It beats him over the boundary line and a throw in forward pocket for the Saints. So a left knee injury for Dougal-Howard, subbed out of the game. Tom Highmore for his first minutes in the season. He's into the game.
Lingy, when Curnow and Mackay lead, they have room. Right now, King and Memory got no room. There's so many numbers of Carlton down there.
Boundary throw in. It's all Blues. Before Seb Ross comes in and knocks it over out of Nunes' hands. The former teammates. Nunes playing against his former team. So it'll be another boundary throw in. Still deep inside 50 here for St Kilda to the southern end. Saints by 3 points. Early stages of this third term. It's Marshall and also De Koning. De Koning down to Doherty, was taken high by Higgins. Wins a free kick. The umpire's going to blow the whistle again and say no.
Missed it, Cal.
So it'll be a ball up. Should have been a free kick to Doherty. Goodness me, had his head over the ball. What a truly inspiring story he's been this year. Marshall knocks it back inboard. It's all Carlton. Clever little tap from Nunes to Walsh. Off to Doherty. Drives it out of the defensive 50. Kennedy flew in the air, but he couldn't take the mark. Cripps is over it. Handballs backwards. De Koning missed it. A chance for Windhager here. He pounces, and then he's tackled by De Koning. And the umpire's blown the whistle and says it'll be a free kick going the way of the Saints. Out of bounds on the full.
Off the side kick, trying to quickly take the advantage. Just put it into the fence. So Steele for the Saints, kicks to the top of the goal square. Membry first hands on it. De Koning ends up with it. Told to play on. Hand pass to Walsh. Shares it with Kemp at a short kick. Finds Newman against the boundary line. Right half back.
Got a lot of inside 50s, the Saints, without reward because it's so many numbers down there. It's the way it's coming in. It's just higgledy-piggledy.
Saints by 3. Newman goes along to the wing. A juggled mark for Mackay, not paid. Knocked out of his hands. Pack forms behind him as Clark's locked up. And a ball up on the City wing. The Blues fans ain't happy. 9 minutes into the third term. We're without a goal in the quarter. St Kilda by 3. Umpire tosses it up. De Koning leaping over the top. Down to Kennedy. Squeezes a kick forward into the path of Mackay. Dumps a kick inside 50. It's a shocker. And Wilkie takes the intercept mark for St Kilda.
And he's got a player all by himself, and that's Billings. who flares it wider still to Webster. They're bringing it around the dock side. Across half-back, Jimmy Webster's got it.
Far too slow, Kel. They're giving Carlton the opportunity to actually set up behind the ball, and they do it so well.
Backwards he goes to Wilkie, and now the switch kick to the outer side. Battle's got it. Still across half-back, short. Wanganeen Miller marks uncontested. Goes for a little bit of a trot and then delivers down the throat of Gresham, who goes short to the loose player in Marshall. Slow and steady on the build-up. Marshall skies it. Tough one to mark. Membry will fly. Got his hands to it. Butler roves. Butler kicks. It's all Carlton back there. Sard couldn't take the mark, but he'll be able to mop up. Gets the kick away. What a kick it was to Cottrell. Under pressure, Sard's gone down behind play and he's hurt himself. He was crunched as he got rid of it, the kick. And it was an arrow-like dart onto the chest of Cottrell. Incredible skill. We've seen plenty of skills and plenty of willpower tonight. Silvani flies in the contest. The kick off Cottrell comes the way of Curnow. Tackled, and it'll just land in the boundary line. Stays in. Sinclair's got it. Pressure applied by Motlop. Cool head to Hill. Hill's kick through the centre of the ground. Turnover Doherty. Off to Cripps. The don't argue on Marshall, and then delivers to his teammate in Mackay. The power and the precision from the skipper in Cripps.
Sorry, my little chuckle there that was Durden's ball going inside forward 50.
Yes.
And he quickly realised the big fella was right there with him and jumped out of the way so Harry could take the mark. That's just the key forward, taking control.
Harry Mackay directly in front. He goes, the set shot snap. And the clenched fist to celebrate as the Sherrin crosses the line. Blues score the first in the second half. Blues back in front by 3. 7-10-52, St Kilda 7-7-49. They've kicked the last couple in the contest. It's a nail bite of this one. It looks like it's going to go right down to the wire. And Hodgie, there's casualties in both sides at the moment.
Yeah, the biggest issue right now is at Carlton. Kelly Adam Sard has come to the bench. He's told the doctors that he got hit in the cheek, so they've checked to make sure there's no fracture or anything there. Now they go to the vision, which there is vision beside the bench that the doctors can look at. And I think he might be heading for a concussion test here. So that's where we're at currently. The doctors are looking over the vision from the incident when Sard kicked it in the back pocket. And yeah, we'll know more in the next couple of minutes.
There's another goal, just gift goal really by Hill.
We'll have to wait and see who collided with Adam Sard too and the ramifications that'll come from that. Back in the middle, Gresham sweeping hand pass for the Saints, but a turnover. Doherty got it to Walsh, his hand pass picked off too. Here's Butler for the Saints, gives it to Wood, away to Hill, now a hand pass to Clark. Kicks to the city wing, Higgins loses his direct opponent, grabs the footy, hand pass wanted Butler. Butler lays a big tackle on Nunes. Umpire says, held without it, free kick Carlton. Interesting decision.
Yes,
I would have thought he'd tucked his shirt to say held without it, but I would have thought it'd be in the back if anything.
Well, it certainly wasn't without it. He scored the footy.
Bizarre. Nunes against his old team. Kicks it down the wing. No mark, but it spills Carlton's way. Here's O'Brien. Hooks a kick to half forward. Battle puts his fist through it. Wants the safety of the boundary line and finds it. So a boundary throw in half forward for the Blues. Carlton have kicked the last 2 of the game. It's been a game of runs so far. The Saints with the first 3, Carlton the next 5, St Kilda the next 4, and now Carlton the last 2. The Blues by 3 points, 13 played in the third.
Mason Wood it was on Adam Sard. To answer your question, Corbs.
Toss back in, and it's the Blues that win it. Chance for Doherty, who goes high. Mackay flew, couldn't grab it in the air, and then a huge tackle applied down there. It was Durden with the tackle on Clark. 30 metres out directly in front of the Blues goal. Marshall wins it, tackled by Mackay. Ball spills clear. Umpire throws both arms in the air and says play on. It's a rolling maul. They're not playing rugby union down there, even though it looks like it. Creeping closer to Carlton's goal. Curnow's in the goal square with his direct opponent, Wilkie. Walsh couldn't handle it. Chance for Kennedy. Can he get it over to Curnow, who sockers it into the post? A little toe pokey through that. Big booted it, did Charlie Curnow. Only about a metre it dribbled into the post. And it's the Blues by 4 points. 14 gone in the third.
Hill on the kick out, goes long to Ryder, but standing in front of him, Brodie Kemp takes the intercept mark. So Carlton trap it inside their front half, and they're going back inside 50. As Kemp kicks it into the pocket, they all fly for it, spills down through Clark, hand pass to Highmore, gives it to Wilkie under the pump, he's mowed down by O'Brien. Still got his kick out to half-back, Higgins onto it, bounces one out towards Membry, can't take it clean, Plowman had it, lost it in the tackle, Wood passing through, got it to Higgins, hand pass to Jones, he's drilled in a heavy tackle from Plowman. And the umpire in the end says, I'll have it, a ball up half forward for the Saints.
Well, it's a game of attrition, isn't it? There's just no room to move. You've got structure, you've got to have the right structure to get out of these tight situations.
Half back for the Saints, of course. The ruck Sherritt comes down to Wood, who's tackled. And another stoppage, another ball up half forward for Carlton. 4-point lead for the Blue Baggers. They've kicked the last two midway through the third term.
Marshall to Ross to Jones. Handballs back to Wood. Tackled as he got the kick away. Grubbers it only as far as Hewitt. Wheels off to Walsh, who curls it round the corner. Kennedy got down low. Mark not paid. Here's a chance for Hill. He weaves backwards defensively to Webster, who goes long down the line. Soaring in the air was Doherty. It's knocked away by King. And King with the follow-up tackle was sensational on Chera. And Mick Modas has been calling all night for him to get up further up the ground while he's all the way up to the half-back line.
And sometimes that's what you've got to do. Out of position to mark it, just brought it to ground, follow up, lay the tackle, restart the game from a stoppage. Well done.
Boundary throw in, Marshall. Jones is there, trips over it. Scramble. Here's a chance for Ross. Does really well to Gresham. Oh, his handball stolen by Doherty. Doherty might have been taken high. Marshall on all fours. Silvani into his back. Quick little givey handball to Cottrell. Cottrell can't do it cleanly to Honey. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Saints falling over. Highmore. Clark gets it cleanly to Ross. Has to just throw it on his boot. It's going to sit here for Gresham. Gresham's got a runner flying by and Butler. Butler's going a handball over the top to Higgins. Higgins goes for goal and he has to kick it. And he does. Great team effort by St Kilda. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And it results in a Jack Higgins goal, his second of the night, and it's St Kilda back in front in this intriguing, seesawing thriller unfolding at Docklands tonight. 8:7:55 Carlton, 7:11:53 halfway through this third term. Tim Hodges, the latest on the injuries from down on the bench.
Kel, that was amazing. Adam Sard was on the interchange gate waiting to come on, and he said to the umpire, am I okay to come on? And the umpire was the doctor was saying to him, well, are you okay to go back on? So they were it was a stalemate there for a while, and then Sard said, I think I'm okay. So he went back on the ground. So he's starting in the back line. I hope he's okay. So, that was like a Mexican standoff there for a little while.
Outstanding pressure by the Saints. Both sides, but the Saints ended up with that free ball.
St Kilda by 2, fourth the lead change of the game as Marshall palms it down to Jones. They got the centre break. St Kilda kicks inside 50. Jeep King edged underneath it. And Louis Young wins the one-on-one, takes the intercept mark. He goes short to Newman. Newman long along the boundary line, finds O'Brien at half-back for Carlton.
Important grab by Lewis Young. He was having one of those nights a little bit in the first half, but to win a one-on-one like that, that'll do his confidence an enormous amount of good.
O'Brien long down the wing, crips the target, Hill spoils, Clark can't keep it alive, he's out of play. A throw in on the wing. St Kilda by 2 points. We've had 4 lead changes across quarters 2 and 3. Third term 18 minutes old. St Kilda 8-7. They lead Carlton 7-11. Almost a packed house at Docklands. Capacity of around 55,000 would be high in the 40s at least. From the restart, Motlop has it. He's locked up too by Clark. So every possession at a premium at the moment. Another stoppage, ball up on the wing.
It's exhausting just watching this unfold. We're only halfway through the third term. Kennedy gets it, spins into Crouch. Crouch tackles him, wrenches it clear. Gets it out to Jones. He can't take it cleanly. He's been held well there by Fisher. And now a chance for the Blues. Hewitt ricochets. Bodies on the line. Fisher can't pick it up. Crouch does. Gives it off to Wood. Wood kicks out wide. King just a little clever flick. Only as far as side. He spins and turns, and Newman's handball goes out of bounds to Lewis Young.
Good pressure again, both teams.
It's a hot ball out there at the moment, Lingy.
Yeah, a couple of times it looked like Carlton were through, and St Kilda just kept at it. Flipped it back the other way.
Saints
tries to set up.
2 points, boundary throw in right in front of the benches. De Koning knocks it down. Wanganeen Millerer to Jones. Off to Ross, who turns and spins through the centre corridor. The left kick was a wedge and it missed the target. Frustrating. Steele, instead of getting the ball, had to apply the tackle on Doherty. And now the pressure again from both teams. Nothing is clean. Everything is hard. And once again, a tangle of arms and legs. A ball up on this broadcast wing.
You said Ross's kick there was interesting. He had forwards one-on-one.
Marshall in the restart palms it down. Kennedy tackled front on. Up lets them roll. Wanganeen Miller trying to stand up with it. It's held back in to the pack and a ball up on the wing.
Sinclair is closer now to the stoppage than what he has been in the first half.
Up it goes. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Jones. Through traffic. Wanganeen Miller got it. By hand. Gives it to Sinclair. Hand pass out to Highmore. He kicks wide. Leaping for it. Windhager. It slips past him and out of bounds.
They're going to keep trying to set Sinclair up as that one just off the stoppage and the little feed. Yep.
Yeah. And it's a good tactic if you're going to get tagged that way because you're dragging a forward up there with you.
So another boundary throw in, this time in front of the Saints bench. Trying to win it is Ross. He was taken high there by Chera. Ross goes again. Chera's got him. Quick hands by Marshall. Stolen from Walsh. Walsh spins, kicks to Curnow. One-on-one in a wrestle with Wilkie. Neither can win it. Now the foot race is on. Curnow's there.
Sorry.
Coming back.
I don't know which way it's going.
It's coming back in that one-on-one contest. It'll be free kick to Curnow. So, such a heaving crowd in tonight. The players didn't hear the whistle. I didn't hear the whistle. I was watching the contest, which has been brilliant between Wilkie and Curnow all night. Now Curnow towards Mackay. Rises high. Honey on the outside of his boot. Almost a mark. It will be a mark to O'Brien. Had to get on his boot. Unselfishly does the centering kick. And on the end of this will be George Hewitt for the Blues. And he can go back and put through his first goal of the night.
Lockie O'Brien just keeps improving, Mick.
Yeah, he does.
He's a lot of hard work. He's only had 8 disposals, but his importance of his running power to cover off often, and that was clever then coming straight back into Hewitt.
So George Hewitt, 3-3 from his 12 games so far this season, directly in front. That could come back to haunt the Blues.
Yeah, he linked right back on it, didn't he?
Saints by 1, 8-7-55, Carlton. Inaccurate, 7-12-54. 22 gone in the third term. St Kilda by 8 at quarter time and by 5 at half time.
Just 2 goals in the quarter. The lead is swung on each of them. Saints by 1. Webster from the kick out long the wing. Marshall competes, no mark, spills down and King grabs it. Turns and kicks it that centre half forward. Membry the target, slips through his hands. Sard at the back for Carlton. Hand pass to Plowman. Hand pass to Sard. Short kick, 10 metres, finds Newman. Hand pass back to Sard. He chips it to Hewitt. What a season he's had with the Blues. First year in his new colours. No one stands the mark. He goes on a run. Hewitt kicks to half forward. Good mark, Wilkie. Oh, there's a free for a hold. De Koning's going to get it.
Yeah, Ryder just grabbed De Koning, just trying to keep him out of that marking contest to protect his teammate.
It's unnecessary. They had a 2-on-1. Wilkie looked like he was going to take the mark in front. In the end, the free kick's going to the man outnumbered in De Koning. 70 from home. Kicks to the top of the goal square. They all fly for it. Spills to Wilkie. Tackled by Honey. Dispossessed. Umpire says play on. Pack forms behind them. Ball up. In front of the behind post. Forward pocket for Carlton.
Well, that was interesting. Paddy Ryder should have been down there. Shouldn't have never have taken that, been on the mark. Now he's down there doing
ball up in the left forward pocket here for the Blues. Cripps gives it to Silvani, curls it around into the top of the goal square. Oh, a chance for Mackay, tried to dribble it through from a metre out. Still alive, ball's alive. There's a scramble in the goal square. And Motlop jumps on top of Steele. The umpire says, give it to me. We're literally a metre and a half out. We're in the Blues goal square. There'll be a ball up right in front of the Blues cheer squad. Ryder straight down to Ross. He skies it and up and under. De Koning flies! Tom De Koning launched And he's marked on his chest directly in front, 15 metres out.
That's the luxury of having a ruckman that can step outside. The ruckman, St Kilda ruckman, had to do the ruck work. I think it might have been Mackay as the ruckman. So the ruckman, being De Koning, steps out and then was able to have a free run at that.
11 goals, 11 behinds in his 35 games so far, Tom De Koning, to put the Blues back in front to the northern end in front of the cheer squad.
Chipped at that.
A chip and a yip. He has missed that. Did not make any sweet connection on his boot at all. It was an awkward-looking run-up style, Lengy. And the connection, well, how would you describe it?
Yeah, it just didn't kick through it at all.
Yeah. They've kicked 1-6 in the quarter and missed some really gettable set shots, Carlton. Sinclair from the kick out short to Ross. Ross goes short to Highmore. The sub who's on the ground for Howard, who's injured with a knee. His left knee, so subbed out of the game. He goes long Highmore to Wangadeen Miller, marks at half-back. It's not a suspected ACL, it must be pointed out. He sort of fell awkwardly on it before half-time and looked to re-injure it early in the third quarter. He knew he was hurt when he came off, went and took a seat in the second row and was subbed out for the Medi-sub, so knew he was done for the night. Ross, dangerous kick, trying to pull it back across the ground, went to a one-on-one on the City wing. Billings outnumbered, there's a free, it's coming to O'Brien and Billings fell on his back. So Carlton win possession back, dangerous kick into the middle, wanted Kennedy, spoil comes from the Saints down into the path of Crouch. He just tumbles a kick to centre half forward for St Kilda. Saad knocks it away, still a live footy inside 50, Max King onto it, hooks a kick, goal, and it's got to carry. And again St Kilda with a goal from the turnover. Cashing in, and he puts the Saints back up by that kick. A second for Max King. St Kilda 9-7-61, Carlton 7-13-55. The Blues miss at one end and it results in a goal at the other. 26 travelled third term.
Again, Mick, a little bit of a lack of awareness from the kicker. It was Lockie O'Brien on this occasion. This is a high-pressure game, a quality game. Both teams are right on. You can't float the ball up into the middle of the ground to square the kick up. You can still take that kick, but that must be punched low and hard.
Yeah, well, we've seen Saints turn 2 over for 2 goals, and the lesson learnt there is you make a mistake through the corridor, you're going to get punished when you've got good forwards. And, you know, the Saints, you can argue that they're not quite as good as Carlton, but they're making the most of those turnovers.
Inspiring goal from Max King, the ability to get down low and control it below his knees and then snap it. So Saints by 6 points, a minute left to play in this third term. It's all set up for the final term. Winning it out of the centre is Crouch. An awkward-looking kick, though. Well done by Windhager. Got rid of his opponent. Handballs to Membry. Handballs off to the captain. Can Jack Steele finish it off? You bet he can! 2 in the final minute of the third term. 1 from King and 1 from Steele. And they skip out to a 12-point lead, the Saints. 10-7-67. Carlton 7-13-55. There's 42 seconds left on the clock. And if you have a look at the score, if we isolate the score from this third term alone, it's 3-1 St Kilda, 1-6 Carlton.
Yeah, inside 50s, probably Carlton were leading for the first time for the quarter. It was at 13-10, I think, or something like that. So, you know, you make the most of your work. The Saints wasted a lot in the first quarter and Carlton wasting it this quarter. But little players like Wanganeen Malera, just those little gentle touches that they get when they've come on. They're only kids, but they're making big differences.
Last 3 of the game for St Kilda. Restart back in the middle. First possession to Walsh of the Blues. Hand pass to Chera on the wing. He'll kick to half forward. Leaping up Sinclair and marking, but there's a hold. It's going Hunter Clark's way. Hunter Clark kicked off a single step. Didn't get to Wanganeen Miller. He becomes tackler on Walsh. And a ball up after all that. A lazy kick from Hunter Clark and a ball up 70 metres out. Half forward for Carlton.
It's fair to say how good he's been, but he has been out of football for a long time, that kid, but he's a very good player.
Saints by 12 points. From the restart, the Koning down to Cripps. Hawks a kick to half forward. Bouncing ball inside the attacking 50. Clark's tackled. Taken to ground by Fisher.
Cottrell's trying to do a job on Jack Sinclair at the moment. Not fully working. He's at the 30 disposals, but maybe a little quieter this quarter.
Ball up centre half forward for the Blues. De Koning wins it down to Kennedy. Kicks inside the forward 50. Out to meet it Membry. Behind the ball for the waning moments in the quarter. Hand pass to Billings. He gets the last kick of the term. And St Kilda, despite being beaten around the ground in that third quarter, they win the term through their accuracy and efficiency going inside 50. So 10 entries for 3 goals, 1. And as Cal just mentioned, 14 entries for Carlton, 1-6. And as a result, it's the Saints who lead by 12 points at three-quarter time. St Kilda 10-7, 67. Carlton 7-13, 55. If you throw it all together, St Kilda have actually kicked 7 of the last 9 goals in the game. It does not feel like that kind of match. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse coming up. The goal kickers for St Kilda, Ryder's got a couple, 2 for Higgins, 2 for Membry. And then we've got singles for Steele, Max King and Butler. I think I'm missing one. I'll come back to that. Meanwhile for Carlton, 2 for Jesse Motlop, and then singles for Kennedy, Mackay, Fisher, Curnow and Cottrell.
Jack Steele, did you have his?
I had him down.
2 to Membry, 2 to Ryder, 2 to Higgins, 2 to Max King, Butler and Steele.
I only had the 1 to Max King. There's my mistake. That's what we got to do, Cal. Show our working out at three-quarter time.
So frantic. It's hard. Every time you write down, you miss something.
So 4 guys have kicked multiples for St Kilda. It is three-quarter time. The Saints by 12 points. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
To Hill, Hill's kick through the centre of the ground. Turnover Doherty, off to Cripps. The don't argue on Marshall, and then delivers to his teammate in Mackay. Harry Mackay directly in front. He goes, the set shot snap. The clenched fist to celebrate as the Sherrin crosses the line. Clark gets it cleanly to Ross, has to just throw it on his boot. It's going to sit here for Gresham. Gresham's got a runner flying behind Butler. Butler's going to handball over the top to Higgins. Higgins goes for goal and he has to kick it. And he does.
Saab knocks it away. Still a live footy inside 50. Max King onto it. Hooks it, kick, goal, and it's got to carry. And again, St Kilda with a goal from the turnover.
Winning it out of the centre is Crouch. An awkward-looking kick, though. Well done by Windhager. Got rid of his opponent. Handballs to Membry. Handballs off to the captain. Can Jack Steele finish it off? You bet he can!
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Last 3 goals of the game for St Kilda, somewhat against the trend. The Saints lead by 12 points at three-quarter time. A sensational game of footy Friday night of round 16. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, you're right, Corbin. It is a sensational game. It's coming here and thinking, I hope it's a great Friday night, as opposed to when I look at Carlton, their form they're in and the way the Saints have played, you think, well, this could be just a one-way traffic game. But the Saints' pressure has been an enormous response to their 3 games. It's caused so many turnovers. Lingy, you said it early, Carlton's probably their weakness could be their young defence, and that's, they haven't been blown away, but they've made enough little errors to allow Saints to have enough shots on goal. The Saints haven't been opened up through the corridor like I thought they would have been, although when Carlton have opened it up, they've scored, so that's another area.
And because credit to St Kilda, and they've got a 12-point lead. But at times during that quarter, it looked like it was totally on Carlton's terms, and there was some ease of which the ball was moving. Carlton just didn't take their chances. They missed easy shots at goal.
Not only that, too, they've cleaned up the clearances. That was so dominated by the Saints. That quarter, I'm sure that Carlton appeared to have more clearances, so you suspect that there's something being done there. If the Saints can wrestle back the clearances, this 2-goal lead could be enough. Could be enough.
Centre clearances, St Kilda have been excellent at.
Yeah.
And it hasn't. On some occasions, it's been because of Ryder or Marshall against Silvani.
That's right.
But not always.
No.
And they're winning that 12-6. So Carlton have only had 6 centre clearances. We know how crucial they are, not just as a way of scoring immediately, but also the ball is in your half of the ground and you can set up the ground the way that you want. So that's important to them. Brett Ratton's message right now would be one of absolute positivity and keep doing what you're doing, but the entire game has been built upon that pressure and the speed of the pressure which they've closed them down. Michael Voss, on the other hand, Mick, keeping that positivity despite probably his players deep down knowing they are not playing their best football and they are missing easy shots, and they've put themselves in a situation where they're 12 points down now because of a lot of their own doing. Just convincing them that, hey, let's go again. A huge last quarter. We kick those goals, and all of a sudden that scoreboard deficit is wiped out in a hurry.
Yeah. What's the record? I don't know. I'm asking you a question I don't know. What's the record in the last quarter with these two sides, just of recent times?
Carlton 6 and 8.
Which, when you say 6 and 8,
6 wins, 8 losses in final quarters this year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And St Kilda are 7 and 7.
So it's there's no real record there.
Saints went in front at 3/4 time with 6 wins, 1 loss, and Carlton went behind at 3/4 time at 1 win, 4 losses.
Right.
So 9 of their 10 wins have come playing in front. Interesting stat the television broadcaster just highlighted. So in quarters 2 and 3, kicks inside 50, St Kilda 24, Carlton 23. Marks inside 50, St Kilda 1. Carlton 8.
Yeah. And that's if they're going to get back, that's going to get them because they've got the big forwards that can mark and kick goals.
Final quarter coming up. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Nick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges. St Kilda by 12 points. A seesawing night at Docklands and the final term underway. De Koning down to Cripps. Hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks out to half forward. Sinclair knocks it away. But straight to Kennedy again of the Blues. Reloads. Kicks inside 50. Mackay the target. Spoil comes from Highmore. Bounce favours Curnow. Hooks the kick goalward, but he's got it a little too much across the body. Misses near side. Make it 7-14 for Carlton.
So that spread with Kennedy got that football. The Saints were really poor in their spread then.
The Saints by 11, 30 seconds into the last.
Sinclair on the kick in, got it to Hill, who drives, weaves, delivers for Kennedy. King couldn't take the mark. Now it's Wood, handballing backwards. Right in front of the interchange gates here, Ross. Skies it on the left. Launching was Marshall out of position. Lewis Young takes the mark. There's marked right in front of the Blues bench. They're kicking to the southern end to the Blues in this final turn. Long down the line, looking for Cripps. That's got to be out of bounds on the full.
Saying touched.
Oh, touch, Cripps. And Bradley Hill right in his back. Cripps is asking for the push or the hold. It was clearly out of bounds on the full, right in front of us. We're up on the third level. On the dock side wing where there is a boundary throw-in rider palming it down to Steele. Tries to get the handball away to Ross, who was sandwiched by a couple of Blues. Doherty was one of them. Kennedy the other. They rise up. And they hand the Sharon back to the umpire. And it's right against
It's
Kennedy.
got to be eye contact.
Push
or
in
in the back.
Yeah, I thought it was push in the back, but the umpire didn't see that either. So, slow start for the umpires. Both field and boundary to start this final term. Now they've seen something, and it's a free to rider for a block against De Koning in the ruck. Saints by 11 to start this final term. Rider short to Wood.
It's gone 8 metres or 7 metres, you reckon?
Let's go with 7.5.
You're generous, Mick. I was going to say 6.2.
Just amazing. If I can't get that right.
So Wood, defensive side of this broadcast wing, goes to the attacking side. Couldn't take the mark. Marshall. Cripps at ground level. Burst of speed. Gives it off to Fisher. Darts away and then delivers a spearing kick to Curnow. Still a couple of kicks out from goal. Fisher ran past and wanted it. He ignores that. Instead he kicks a well-weighted pass and Honey marks. A step or two in from the boundary, 50 metres out. He's not even looking for goals. He's looking to see what's at the top of the goal square. He goes in that direction. Silvani launches, waiting at the back. Durden, great smother. Hill still goes again. Kennedy pop-up. Kennedy snaps the goal. Kennedy's got his second. And both of Kennedy's have been similar styles. There's been a teammate that's had a snap smothered, ricocheted back to Matthew Kennedy, and with the second snap, he's made sure of it. But more importantly on the scoreboard, they're back within 5 points. St Kilda 10-7-67. Carlton 8-14-62.
The real worry right now, Lee, is the spread of Carlton's midfield compared to St Kilda. Saints right now, it's nil. There's been 4 contests around the football, 15-20 metres out, and there wasn't one St Kilda player forward of any of the Carlton players. That's a real problem. It's been their problem through the year. Yep. It can't afford to be a problem for the rest of this game because that's the strength of Carlton.
4 lead changes across quarters 2 and 3, and now Carlton with the first goal of the final term within 5 points. DeConey won the tap, but Gresham sharks it in the middle, bounces a kick to centre half forward. Plowman intercepts for Carlton, kicks for Cottrell on the wing, marks in front of Hill. Silvani free at half forward, takes it, runs into goal, sprays it horribly across the goal face. It won't score. Hands on it from Wilkie. It was knocked out of his grasp late by Durden, and the umpire says it's all legal, so we'll have a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
I'd really like to see Jack there, just the little 15-metre kick, Harry Mackay on the lead, make a certainty of it.
Yep, it was there.
St Kilda by 5 points. Boundary throw in a little shallow. Ryder just chucks his boot at it close to the boundary line. Honey keeps it in for Carlton. Hand pass to Hewitt, dishes it off to Fisher, high up and under into the pocket. Mackay. Harry Mackay on the way down takes the juggled mark. Left forward pocket, 20 out for the Blues.
He has really had to work hard tonight, Harry Mackay. Got a little leg up when Dougal Howard went off injured. Every single time there's a high ball he's presenting and contesting. Might not be his biggest night, but he's still been excellent in the contest.
Left peg against the fence, outside of his left boot, the banana, the go-ahead goal. Back in front go the Blues. A score review to come. The umpire wants to check whether it clipped to the post. The soft signal is a goal. So you hear the reaction from the Carlton fans. We'll have to wait for the arc for the lead change.
Can't tell it from the view we're looking at. I reckon they'll go to the edge technology or whatever it's called and look for a little spike if there's a sound.
There's literally fans in the house with their hands to their face. They cannot look at the giant screen.
The soft signal, as we said, was a goal, so we're going to need the definitive evidence to overturn it. But I'm not sure we got that last night at the Gabba for one of the decisions.
I'm not sure what we need anymore.
There's no line on the Snicko. This is going to be a goal. All 6 of those to be signalled. Waiting for confirmation. The Roar will tell you exactly what you need to know. Carlton Major, 5th lead change of the night. Blues back up by 1. 9-14-68. St Kilda 10-7-67. Harry Mackay pops her his second goal.
On your point before, Mick, about that spread, St Kilda's initial pressure has been the thing that's created some goals. It's when they don't quite get there on that one,
that's right,
and the next one and the next one, they're not covering off those, are they?
No, that's why. Well, Kennedy's not quick, but he was able to get two plays in front of his direct opponents. I'm talking about Seb Ross and these sort of players who should know the game.
So the Saints have been emotionally, mentally switched on, energised with that sense of purpose right from the opening bounce. They've led at every change, and now they find themselves down by 1.7 minutes gone in the final term. Back underway in the centre right, it gets it straight down to Cripps, who barges his way through and then bombs it long inside 50. Mackay's there. Highmore with a wonderful mark. Is it been paid? Yes, it's been paid. Yep. Mackay's been told to get out of the way.
But Cal, that's either 50 or play on and holding the ball there.
It can't be both.
It can't be a neutral ball.
Highmore took the mark.
Yeah, and then went the step to kick. Mackay straight away turned around, laid the tackle. So either play on hadn't been called and it's 50, or play on should have been called and it's holding the ball.
So the Saints have got it across half-back. Some nervous moments for them. The kick from Ross goes to Sinclair in the centre of the ground, and then he flares it wide to Wilkie. Goes short to Billings.
I can't understand Seb Ross. He is so reluctant to take the ball forward. He's a beautiful left foot kick.
Billings. This is a penetrating kick, and the target down there was Rowan Marshall. Ground level, it's picked up and trapped there by Sadu, throws it on his boot. Billings is there, takes the intercepting mark. Screaming for it short is Sinclair. He ignores him. Instead, he goes into the right forward pocket. Right, it comes out. At the top there was King roving it, and roving it well was Butler. And Butler with a goal. He barely celebrated it, but he's put the Saints back in front, and they're out by 5 points. This is going the distance, this contest. It's hard-in-mouth stuff, high drama, and the Saints hit back with a lead of 5 points. 11-7-73 Carlton, 9-14-68.
And I can say with confidence to say Kings are danger, the other ruckmans are danger, Members are danger, Butler now and Higgins have proven dangers tonight. The Seb Ross type play does not win games, but that ball going in there from Billings says to you, I'm going to trust the forwards. And, OK, no one marked it, but they had the numbers at the ground level against, as you keep calling it, Wingy, a very inexperienced backline.
Butler with 7 goals coming into this one. For the year, he's booted 2, back in a bit of form.
The lead has swung on 4 of the last 7 goals in the game, so 6 lead changes for the Knights. St Kilda by 5. Cripps pushed in the back at the centre bounce.
Cripps is having a monster last quarter.
Trying to put the Blues on his back as Cripps races out of the middle, kicks inside the forward 50. Silvani the target, thumped away by Highmore into the part to Sinclair. Jams it on the boot out to half-back. Spills to Walsh. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Kicks it back deep inside 50. Mackay, Silvani both fly. Spills down to Wilkie of the Saints. Tackled front on by Curnow. Forward pocket for the Blues. We got another stoppage. A ball up. 1 metre inside the boundary line, right forward pocket for Carlton.
Yeah, they dominated the stoppages now, the Blues. That's danger for the Saints.
Tossed up in the air. Marshall just pushes his opponent in the back, wrenches it clear, and then kicks to the opposition. It's picked off here by Newman. Newman's going to go long to the top of the goal square. Silvani's there, flying in from the side. Crashing through was a couple of Saints players. And then it was Wanganeen Millera who had to scramble right on the goal line to make sure that he safely put that through. But is that Ryan Marshall down?
Certainly is. He looks a little groggy too.
Well, there's also a score review, by the way. I'm not sure what for.
So there was a loose ball in the goal square while Marshall was down, and Wanganeen Millera picks it up and runs into the post as he picks up the Sharon Lingy.
Yeah. The Marshall one was in the marking contest and a heavy landing at the end.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring him off because I think the doctor has said he's got to come off. Does that mean he's out for the game?
He's at least got a concussion test ahead of him, and the way he looked on the ground, I'm not confident he's going to pass that. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, there's a bit of jelly legs about Ryan Marshall as he comes to the bench, yeah, and if he has a concussion test, that wipes him out for 20 minutes, Mick, so that's him for done for the night.
Yeah.
Can I just suggest this goal review? They are working out whether or not the ball is completely crossed and therefore it's potentially play on. What happens if it's play on, given the fact everybody's stopped?
The back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
That's so annoying as a result, Thingy, because we won't find out immediately.
No.
So that will be a behind.
So it's I thought a clear behind, and it has been paid a behind, but yeah, I think perhaps they were reviewing whether or not it was play on.
Play on.
So what happens?
I'm not sure.
We all go back to those positions and we just
hold your line.
Hold.
And the umpire just drops the footy.
It's like a game of freeze.
Sinclair on the kick out goes short to Webster. Webster will kick it back to Sinclair at half back. So St Kilda by 4 points, 12 minutes into the final term. We've had 6 lead changes all after quarter time. And the Saints lead it by 4. It's been a cracking game of footy as he kicks down the wing, wanted King. Silvani knocks it away from him. Billings sweeps a hand pass to Gresham. Hand pass forward to Windhager. He's drilled over the boundary line. Heavy tackle from Sam Doherty, a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates, and Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Well, this is a disaster for the Saints. Rowan Marshall, the doctor, has said he has to go down to the rooms, which normally means it's a concussion test, which I would think it means he's probably done for the rest of this final term. So that's a huge blow for the Saints.
Yeah, we just saw the replay then. His head hit the ground hard, Marshall.
So boundary throw in, dockside wing, centre wing, and it results in a ball up now because Jack Steele pounced on it. Ryder just tries to thump it. It went straight past Windhager. Pouncing on it is Walsh. It's a high ball. Cripps pushed his opponent out the way and then tries to mark it, but Webster over the top spoils it over the line. It was Cripps with a shove. The two captains going toe-to-toe here. Cripps with the shove in the side of Jack Steele, and he's getting angry at Jack Steele.
Jack Steele has to now really work hard on Cripps because Cripps had an absolute ripping last 5 minutes, or first 5 minutes of quarter.
Another boundary throw in. This time Silvani beats Ryder to it with a punch in the direction of Walsh. Ross is there. Handballs to Jones. Webster, all little gimmies, and the kick smothered by Chera. Ricochets back in play. Honey tries to flick it on. Almost to Walsh, but not quite. Fans are out of their seats. They're pointing. They've got their hands on their head. They're on the edge of their seats. This has been an absolute classic. It's last man standing stuff. Grandstand AFL on Friday night footy.
The worst result for Ryder is if he doesn't pass this concussion test. Obviously, next week's date with Fremantle on Saturday night also puts him out of that as well. From the boundary throw in, Cripps to his mate Fisher, who just bangs it on the boot down to half forward. It bounces out of play.
No, he's going to pay. You can't pay that.
It's a deliberate or insufficient attempt. Going against is Fisher and the Blues. Free kicks in Kilda.
So that's one of those ones where the ball is hangs up in the air for half a second, and he just had grabbed it one hand, threw it on the boot, no control whatsoever. That is not deliberate or insufficient intent or whatever you want to call it.
Jones goes long down the line and Louis Young puts his fist through it, so a boundary throw in on the wing.
Get rid of the rule. You can just say, Lingy, if it goes out from your kick, it's a free kick inside the arcs. Outside the arcs, rather.
Last touch
of the kick.
Well, you get rid of that umpire's rule.
What they have in the women's game, Mick?
6 lead changes. Saints by 4. Boundary throw in. Ryder down to Wood. Hand pass to Hill. Surge kick forward. Turnover. And Newman takes the intercept mark half back for Carlton.
Newman's kick to Chera. So cautious and careful on the build-up here. Nearly 50,000 in the house. A sellout. Couldn't get a park anywhere in the lead-up to this one. I reckon 48,000 of Blues fans as Chera goes towards Cripps. He's demanding the ball at the moment. He goes without it. It's picked up by Motlop, and his kick has been marked by Harry Mackay. Launching sideways and horizontal in the right forward pocket. He's taken a stunning mark.
That was a genuine floater too from Motlop. That is such a hard mark with Josh Battle all over him. Brilliant hands.
So Harry Mackay was well held by Howard in the opening half. Howard went off with a knee injury. Harry bursts onto the scene and kicks 2. He could kick 3 in the second half. He curls that on the left, and he curls that way too much. It was too curly, out of bounds on the full. Tim Hodges.
Cal, you just saw Paddy Ryder run to the bench, and you could see his eyes darting, thinking, where the hell is Rowan Marshall? And they had to tell him he's down in the rooms. You have to ruck out the rest of this match, and he's just about cooked out there.
That's not the news you want at 34 years of age in the final quarter.
Well, there's the ruckman. There's the ruckman that's got to go on the ball. He's going to be around the ground. He can take marks, and he's very agile.
His name's Max King. He marks in the pack here at half-back. He goes long down the wing, and Brodie Kemp, the juggled mark in the pack on the wing, so wins possession back for Carlton. 16 and a half travelled, final term, St Kilda by 4 points. 6 lead changes all after quarter time. Long kick from Kemp to half forward. King knocks it back into the middle of play. High more for the Saints at the drop. Hand pass to Webster. Hands it to the captain, Steele. He gives it to Billings. Short kick to Wood, who marks just in front of the interchange.
Handballs over the top to Steele. Had a couple of Blues players came at him, so he handballs to Billings in the sideway. Kicks under pressure. It's all Carlton across half back. Walsh is involved. So too Doherty. Tries to kick it back inboard. It's picked up by Wood. All under pressure. Wood kicks towards Membry. Couldn't quite take the mark.
Free kick.
Over the shoulder.
Yep. Well, he did everything except mark it, didn't he?
So Membry will get the free kick. And it was the youngster that was pinned for over-the-shoulder Brodie Kemp. 45-degree angle. Only 30 metres out for Membry. And a chance to extend the Saints' lead out to 10 points. He's already kicked a couple tonight. Tim Membry, usually a dead eye. But pressure does funny things to the northern end or the Coventry end of this magnificent stadium. Blues fans jeering, howling and hooting. Membry as cool as you like. He splits the middle. He turns to the Blues fans. He lets them know all about it. And it's St Kilda by 10 points with 10 minutes to play. 12-7-79, Carlton 9-15-69.
Well, that's just what they've got to do. St Kilda, get the ball forward, see a one-on-one, understand that the young Carlton defence will be vulnerable in the air, and that's Brodie Kemp in game number 6, just panicking and getting over the shoulder, dragging him down, giving away that free kick. The Saints mids have got to be aware of it.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, how much does this game mean to St Kilda? How much does it mean to Brett Ratton? He's run down from the coach's box. He's geeing up all of his players on the bench. He's actually sent one of the physios down to try and find out if he can work out what's happening with Rowan Marshall. He is so invested in this game.
Saints have gone from 4th to 10th in the last 3 weeks on the back of 3 losses. They need a win tonight to keep their season ticking. As Jones in the middle, hand pass to Hill, short kick back to Jones. Back edge of the centre square. 6 lead changes for the night. St Kilda by 10. And Jones is just going to have to go long to a contest. Windhager up, can't take the mark. Spills down on the city wing in front of Sard of the Blues. Hot hand pass for Fisher, back to Sard, back into dispute. Sard trying to get it out of there. Pack of about 5 players, and we'll have the ball up on the wing. We talk about it being a make or miss league. St Kilda inaccurate in the first quarter. They were 3-6 at quarter time. They've gone 9 goals, 1 since. Carlton at the other end, they're 9-15 for the night.
Ball up on the outer wing, and then Walsh grabbed it and he was tackled. So we'll go again, just stoppage to stoppage. Exhausted players out there. Ryder can barely leap. He comes down to O'Brien, who gets the kick away, a one-on-one. It's Wilkie and Silvani across half forward. Silvani just paddles it to his own vantage. Silvani again goes towards the boundary. Wilkie turns around and says, surely that's deliberate. The umpire says no. Boundary throw in. 55 around from the Blues goal.
That's where he wanted it.
Exactly where he wanted it.
It's more deliberate than the last one we saw.
Absolutely was. It's when you get your hand, shape your hand like that.
9 minutes to play. Saints by 10 points. Crowd of 43,194.
Yep.
Boundary throw in. Ryder straight down to the Saints. Wanganeen Miller off to Jones. Jones dashes out of that defensive 50. Goes to a one-on-one. King was one. And King marks on the wing in front of Lewis Young. A little slow to rise. King's just going to wedge it backwards to Gresham. Plenty of players running out of petrol tickets out there at the moment as Gresham delivers. Membry flies, launches from the side. Off hands, reading it beautifully with Sard. Handballs over the top to Chera, who fumbles. Tackled by Crouch over the boundary line. Too high. Free kick to Chera. Crouch turns around.
Tell you what, he's very lucky to get that free kick.
Hands to his head, he can't believe it. And now hands on his knees, he's hunched over. Chera down the line in the Mackay territory, waiting at the back was Ryder, sends it exactly the same territory. And the 2 number 5s go at it again in Crouch and Chera. This time Crouch makes sure he doesn't give away a free kick, instead spoils over the boundary line. So a throw in half forward here for St Kilda. Saints by 10 points. And there's 22 minutes gone in this final term.
That breakdown after quarter time. Carlton 7 goals, 11. St Kilda 9 goals, 1 from quarter time onwards. So almost twice as many scoring shots, and they've left a few out there, the Blues. From the boundary throw in, Walsh. In fact, Hewitt was held, so he gets the free kick, goes short to Nunes. Nunes back to Plowman. Now straight through the corridor. Can they unzip the Saints here? Short to Newman. Newman kicks looking for Kennedy. Knocked away. Oh, two Saints collide. Duke Butler involved in a heavy collision. They're both laid out. Hewitt grabs the footy in the centre square. Kicks Carlton inside 50. Cottrell, hand pass to Chera. Pokes it for Mackay in the pocket. Silvani hits up to meet it. It's out of play. There's a free. Mackay's going to get a free for a push. It's against Battle. And Mackay's going to get it in the forward pocket for Carlton.
Hunter Clark, just a sickening head clash with Butler.
Not Hunter Clark again.
Yeah.
And he's worse for wear, Hunter Clark, and there is blood everywhere.
He has had that much rotten luck, that kid.
Hasn't he?
He was involved ever since he was involved in that collision with David Mackay, the controversial one, and Mackay was obviously suspended. He played one of the next 21 games. He's only in his third game back, and there is blood everywhere over his head. He is conscious now, and he's with the trainers. They've called for the stretcher. There's blood all down his arm. Butler is bleeding as well, but he's been able to make his way off under his own steam, so he's on the interchange holding some bandages up to his face. But that is a gruesome collision between two teammates.
He'd be saying again, how do you do that? It's three in a row. He's done his shoulder, his face, and face again.
Both just totally committed to the footy, to attacking the contest.
Can you imagine? I mean, Brett Ratton must be wondering, what cat did I run over? I mean, it's...
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, so this now leaves only two fit men on the bench at the moment. Marshall is down in the rooms with a concussion.
He's been down there for how long, Tim?
It'll be about 15 minutes now, Mick.
So there's 8 minutes left, or 7 minutes left. So if he passes...
I'm not sure he's passing them. And Butler's here with the... I don't know whether it's a busted. I hope it's not anything bad there.
Well, you don't run on your nose, mate. So that's...
But they've got to patch it up, and there's no... I mean, all the doctors and medical staff are out now with Hunter Clark, and the other one is down with Rowan Marshall. There's no one here to patch Butler up.
And you would assume, though, with that, Butler potentially has to do a concussion test?
Yeah, but they're out of medical people now as well. So at the moment, it's only Crouch and Sinclair are their only fit men on the bench. So
and one of them has to come on for Hunter Clark.
So it's a similar head clash that we saw with the two Port Adelaide players the other week. Remember, and controversially,
Butters and Jonas,
they were given the clear to head back out.
And that may well be the case because you don't get concussed from every hit, but Butler would still have to go through a process.
Correct.
To assess him and see if he needs a test.
And there's no one there to do the process.
No.
So Hunter Clark has got the neck brace on. He's been driven off on the Medicab. He is conscious, though. I need to point that out. There is blood everywhere, and he's got one of the docs with him as he makes his way straight down the race. Butler now receiving a bit more support as a few of the medicos come back after attending to Clark.
Marshall's back.
Marshall's back.
So Rowan Marshall has just emerged, sat next to Brett Ratton. I think he looks good to go. So he's clearly, not clearly, I think he has passed that concussion test. Yeah. And now the doctor who brought Rowan Marshall has just looked at him and thought, what the hell's happened here?
Goodness.
So Butler's got blood everywhere on the bench and needs to be patched up, firstly, and then to check whether he's got a concussion problem. And obviously Hunter Clark is now done.
We've just seen on the TV too, Marshall's been on the bench for just over 14 minutes, so probably still the 5.5 to go.
So you've got to do that 20 minutes,
I believe so.
The footy's just about to get back underway. And where we left you, Harry Mackay has a shot. He misses. Near side. There is mayhem at the finish here at Dockland. St Kilda lead the game by 9 points. 26.5 travelled final term. There's 7 minutes to go.
So high drama in this contest. As the Saints bring it back into play, this is Sinclair now to Jack Steele. Doc's side, he's got King loose and he hits him up. Max King, he had Wood running past, fires the handball off to Wood. Wood's kick slews off the side of the boot and almost out of bounds on the full.
That's terrible for left footer. He has a lot of the football and he's running clear. That's really disappointing.
Plowman marks it. Plowman kicks from one back pocket to the other. Kemp marks. Kemp had to make sure of it, and he did, to Plowman. Still in the defensive 50. Oh, this is dangerous. The target was Walsh. Couldn't take it. Still pounces. Still from 50. It's not going to get there in time. Was it touched? It was. A desperate lunge back there by Kemp, the rookie defender for the Blues. Had to leave his player on the edge of the goal square just a metre out and was able to touch it through.
Saints by 10. 27 travelled in the last, but still 6 minutes on the game clock. Long kick for Carlton up to the city wing. Silvani takes on the tackler. Hand pass to Cripps, who's been enormous. He gives it to Chera. Hand pass out further wide to Hewitt. Kicks down the wing. Durden competes. Had his arms chopped. He's getting the free.
Mackay's set up to want this on the lead. He's got space in front of him.
It's about 50 metres away. The kick from Durden heads in the Mackay direction, and he marks in front of Battle.
Good call, Mingy. Well, I just reckon this is about the time they have to change that setup. I know Wilkie's done a great job, but he's got better. Mackay's the target now.
Mackay, 55 out, left half forward, kicks to the top of the goal square. Big punch comes from Billings, still a live ball on the goal line, and Bradley Hill walks it through for a rush behind. St Kilda by 9, 28.5 minutes travelled, final term. 5 minutes to go on the game clock.
Curno's been well held tonight. He hasn't very rarely had an impact. Just the one goal this evening. Wilkie's done the job on him. Still 5 minutes to play in this ball game as the Saints defenders share it around. They're going to have to win this. They can't go into their shells with 5 minutes to play. The kick flares out wide to Gresham as Marshall comes on Hodgie.
Yeah, I think that will be an interesting story out of this. He has come back on the ground. Butler is getting patched up. They've patched the top of his head. Now they've got to stop the blood out of his nose. I think he will return.
We don't think Marshall's done his 20-minute concussion test. But anyway, Marshall's involved in this ruck. Down to Gresham. Gresham's kick, looking for King. Couldn't take the mark. Higgins flares it wide. Back to Gresham. Juggles it. Gives it off to Crouch. Crouch wheels around. Spots something out wide, and he spots it beautifully. Taking the mark is Windhager.
You can use 30 seconds. I'm not barracking for the Saints, but you've got to be smart.
Tough kick for a first-year player.
You still use your 30 and you put the ball in the right position. That's the key to this kick.
So he's kicked 3 goals, 1 in his 11 games. So he's on a tightish angle, left forward pocket. Will kick from right on 50, the number 17. The teenager for the biggest kick of his life. It's offline. It might not make the distance. Almost the mark. Membry's kicked it over his head. Membry's kicked a miraculous goal. Membry's got magic in his boots. And he's put the Saints out by 15 points. Membry with his 4th. He's booted it over his head in the goal square. It's a goal he will never forget. And they're 4 minutes away from their biggest win of the season, St Kilda, from getting their season back on track.
Well, more than that, Kel, probably if they win this will easily be their best win. Regardless, I know they beat the Cats, but they've really been under pressure, haven't been playing good football against a side that has been absolutely dominating the last few weeks.
Hang on, the umpire can't ball this up. Yeah, no, good. Someone's finally stopped it. St Kilda had 2 wingers on this side of the ground, and the umpire was about to ball it up.
3 minutes 48 on the clock. 13:8:86 St Kilda. Carlton 9:17:71. Need to kick 3 goals in 3 minutes.
The lead hasn't been this wide either way since the first 20 minutes of play when St Kilda led by 20. Saints by 15. Marshall back in the middle. Got it away to Crouch. Hand pass to Ross. Kicks to half forward. Saints going inside again. Ryder links up with Billings. Chips it to Windhager.
What about that pickup from Paddy Ryder? Full speed. How old is he? 34.
He's 34. The next oldest player on the ground is 29 as Windhager hits up Max. Max King in the pocket. And St Kilda's spearhead has the footy with his team up by 15. And 32 minutes elapsed on the clock in this final term.
Carlton fans just getting a little look at what happens when Jacob Wiedering's not out there. They've looked disorganised, young, inexperienced. His back line, the Blues, and getting exposed a bit.
Max King, 2 metres in from the boundary line. Right footer, drop, punt, sails goalward to put it to bed. He's missed out to the right. are behind. St Kilda 13 goals, 9. Carlton 9-17. 33 played final term. Saints by 16.
So the Blues now, Saad's got it. He's bouncing. He's twisting and turning left and right. And then he is delivering to Plowman.
Gee, the crowd's thinned out a bit.
Gives it off to Doherty. Doherty's kick has been intercepted by Seb Ross, and that is a mass exodus. A mass exodus by the Navy Blues. They're not going to stick around for the final 2 and a bit minutes. And the Saints with possession are just happy to milk the clock now. They're just going to eat into it.
That was noticeable where you looked down and then you looked up again. You thought, where's everyone gone?
Highmore, the sub, who came on for Howard, who did a really good job on Harry Mackay. Blues have stolen it. They might snare one late here, and the kick towards Mackay. And there he is, Tim Membry.
Yeah, he does. When he gets thrown behind the ball and he hasn't got an opponent, this bloke, he's got a great aerial leap.
Fills the hole defensively, takes the defensive mark after kicking the last 2 back-to-back goals for the Saints and probably getting them over the line. They did not win a game of football in the month of June. It's been a forgettable month, but the first day of July might just about bring the biggest win of the season for Brett Ratton and his St Kilda team. 1 minute 33 to go. Crowd posted at 43,194. Not even 20,000 left in their house for these final few minutes.
And they're singing "Oh When the Saints" in the aisles at the moment. St Kilda by 16 points. About to snap a 3-game losing skid against the hottest team in footy. From the boundary throw-in, Walsh down to half-forward, Curnow. Involved in a tangle, free kick, advantage applied. The teenager Motlop shooting goalward, he's missed. It's been the difference in front of the sticks after quarter time. Carlton have missed them. And the Saints have it. Another behind. The Blues 9-18. St Kilda 13-9. 34.5 travelled final term. Saints by 15.
Webster on the kick in. Duties goes short to Sinclair. What a game he's had. Warm applause now. They've got it down the southern end, and that's exactly where the Saints cheer squad is. They're all up on their feet, the St Kilda fans. What a win this is going to be. Gresham. He's got no one to kick to. Just kicks to half forward, sitting and waiting. Doherty's there, he can't pick it up. Instead it's Higgins. Higgins goes forward. Wood's there. Mason Wood in a one-on-one. I think it was a Falcon. He still might kick a goal here. Stockering it through is King. Max King is back, baby, and the Saints are back as well. King adds the exclamation mark. 3 goals for Max. 14 for the Saints, and it's the biggest lead of the night, 21 points with 30 seconds left. He adds the exclamation mark.
He's had to work hard all night.
Yeah.
It's not one of those easy nights when you get the ball laced out a few times and you're going to end up with 5 or 6, but he's earned those 3 goals, Mick. He's taken 7 marks, but I reckon there's another 4 or 5 that you could credit to him because big, strong contests and the balls come to ground really well.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. You've got that spot on. And the fact he's come up the ground a fair bit too, which I just reckon he needed that freedom to say, look, I can come up it's like Curnow comes up, Mackay comes up. Paddy Ryder's been outstanding too.
Yeah. They've kicked the last 4 of the game, St Kilda. Cripps gets the centre clearance here down to centre half forward. Membry behind the footy, inadvertently sockers it straight to Doherty. Hand pass for Carlton away to O'Brien. Links up with Fisher, shoots goalward. Motlop wins the one-on-one against Webster, just outside the goal square. Gee, he's had a good night, Jesse Motlop.
He has shown plenty. Well, it's 50 paid, so kicks him straight in front.
And no doubter. Up into the second deck. And the 18-year-old in Jesse Motlop has 3 on his second game back in. And St Kilda's lead cut to 15. The Baggers 10-18-78. St Kilda 14-9-93. 37 travelled final term.
Well, it's not going to be the win for the Blues, but they've had a good look at Jesse Motlop and how good he's going to be. A couple of real classy ground ball goals. And then that one in a genuine, great one-on-one against, is it Jimmy Webster, his opponent there? Yeah. Who's an experienced, strong player. Played a lot more footy than Jesse and beat him cold. Great future ahead.
What a horror week it's been for the Saints. They lost 3 in a row since the bye. Alistair Clarkson's linked to Brett Ratton's job. Reports that they've denied of infighting, and what a response here this evening.
Bounce back in the middle. DeConing with the tap. But the march continues for St Kilda. A season saver that could become a season shaper. St Kilda end a 3-game losing skid with a 15-point win over the Baggers. The Saints by 8 points at quarter time. They led it by 5 at the half, by 12 at three-quarter time, and by 15 in the finish in front of 43,194. 6 lead changes the Saints to 9-6. It's a short song, but you know the tune, you know the words. St Kilda by 15 points. It's the first time we've heard it since late May. And in 3 weeks, St Kilda went from 4th on the table to 10th. It looks like their season was in freefall. They turn it around tonight. They get themselves to 9-6 with an upset victory over the Blues. Carlton missed the opportunity to go equal top. Their record worsens to 10-5, but we know their dramas at the moment with 15 on the injury list. It's been a tremendous season with so many twists and turns. And another chapter written tonight. St Kilda keep their season alive with a 15-point win over the Blues.
Yeah, plenty of positivity for the Saints. That was a great response from the start of the game, Mick. The way that their pressure was on, their ball movement was on, they were working in unison. We had some worries that it wasn't sustainable. And for a brief period there where Carlton piled 5 goals in a row, we thought, oh, well, there you go, it wasn't sustainable. And then they responded again and completely flipped the game back in their direction with some great pressure, which then created the goals. From there, the arm wrestle ensued, and Carlton, yes, they had some chances and wasted them, but well done, St Kilda.
Oh,
no, I didn't think they had as big a response as that in them tonight.
No, I got to say, and you're spot on. Corbin, you called something which was interesting in the number of goals that the Saints kicked after the Blues kicked those 5. Was it 6 or 7 of the 9 goals or something? So
yes, they kicked 7 of the last 9 and 11 of the last 15.
Yeah, so it didn't feel like that.
No, not at all.
Because either side were in striking distance, and when the Blues kicked their goals or looked like they're setting up their goals, they had the 2 big power forwards up there, and you just knew that if it got anywhere near them, they were going to be dangerous. And as it turned out, Motlop was another very, very dangerous, this time a small forward. But I'm with you, Lingy. I'm wrapped for the Saints. I'm wrapped for Brett Ratton, because they're under pressure. Once they lose players off the ground again, and Hunter Clark, that's I don't know that we call them tragedies, but a football tragedy. But they were under pressure when they started to lose those players, and then they started to go. Their midfield couldn't spread as far, and they were going short with their kicks. And then all of a sudden, they kick a goal out of nowhere, and then the self-belief comes back, and then they start to get their run again, and also the longer kicks, and start to trust their forwards. And as you said, it's not a matter of what King does. Does he mark or kick a goal? It's what happens around him that creates opportunities. And today we've seen Butler kick goals and Higgins kick goals.
2, so memory ends up with 4.
2 in the first and 2 in the last. So,
and because of King being such a good player, and the size of him, and the fact that these Carlton defenders were nervous, there was, whether it was caught on Kemp or whether it was caught on Lewis Young, there was a commitment by the Carlton defenders to come and help. Because there was panic, we can't leave him one-on-one, which, when there's 2 and 3 all deciding to help the Carlton defender, that leaves Membry and Butler and Higgins and these guys with so much space to work in, and they made them pay.
Absolutely. And it's not healthy. The stat that Corbin read out before the game, it is not healthy to be number 1 in the competition as the go-to unless you are Tony Lockett, John Coleman, or Peter Hudson, and you can kick 6 or 7 a game. Because if it's totally unhealthy because it falls to him, and then you back lines then set up. They say, well, we forget the second and third play. We'll just go to King. And you wonder why he's got rounded shoulders, because he's wearing 3 blokes. I mean, as he runs down the race, it's quite amazing. One of the Carlton blokes was actually on his back running down the race. So, I mean, they know exactly what's going to happen.
How good is this season? I mean, we'll get into the ins and outs of the win for St Kilda and Carlton, but I mean, even the Blues, so they lose here. They could be 7th by the end of the weekend. The Saints win, they're 7th now, so they're back inside the 8 after being 10th. It feels like 1 minute you're playing for a top 2 spot, you lose that, and you're playing the next week to stay in the 8.
Stay in the 8, exactly.
Well, the equation for Carlton heading into this was win and you're in the top 4.
Equal top. Yeah.
Lose, and you could slide to 7th.
It's such a good season.
And Carlton probably will see it and go, oh, did we let one slip given how badly we kicked for goal, especially in that third quarter? And then they're also trying to buy time. They want Wiedering back. Yes. They want Pittonet back because the ruck combo of Ryder and Marshall up against De Koning was brave, but then Silvani comes in there and they have a huge advantage. So they're almost just trying to hold on with enough wins to get their full team back, and then they can go again. And St Kilda grabbed one off them where there were periods there we just thought, well, Carlton are going to go on and win this. So, it is. It's a brilliant season.
Yeah. So in 8 of their 9 wins now, they've trailed by double digits in 8 of them. So they are a team that sort of needs to be motivated by the occasion and coming from behind, and they do play on emotion a little bit, the Saints, and they're up to 7th tonight. You could tell that they were absolutely in tune for tonight's game.
And the double again, the 2 ruckmen were there together.
They win again.
They go 60-odd%, I think.
Good.
So
27% a better side when both play. So when they're both there, they're 20 wins, 10 losses. And when one of them misses, they're 10 wins, 16 losses. So it falls away by almost 30%.
What it does to you about the Saints is that down the track, they've got to find that second ruckman if Paddy goes. Paddy Ryder's just an outstanding
he's only 34. He'll go again.
And you know what?
Ageless.
The way he does play, Kel, he could do it again.
We'll come back to you both. There's so much to pull apart. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. The Saints by 15. Hodgie.
Really nice moments here as every player goes over to Hunter Clark. That is the most busted nose I've ever seen in my life. He's come out of the medical room. The paramedics are down here. I think they'll be taking him to hospital. But this will be...
Is he going to sing the song?
He is. He's in the song. This will be belted out as loud as I've ever heard a song.
So it should be, Timmy.
It's mean to actually have a laugh at Hunter Clark, that his teammates are laughing, looking at him, that he's got blood splattered all over his face. The nose is splattered all over his face. He looks terrible, guys.
Yeah. Timmy, has the capsule of his nose gone through the skin? I've seen it happen 2 or 3 times.
No, it's just completely sideways, Mick.
That means the capsule may have come through the skin,
So he is going into the rooms. We've been told to wait for our interviews. They're going, which is great. I imagine Brett Ratton is calling them in to say that's one of the great wins in this club's history in the home-and-away football. Interestingly, the paramedics, so there aren't paramedics at every game. They were called down after the stretcher case. I thought they might have had to take Hunter Clark straight to hospital, but he is sticking around and the paramedics are sticking around. So that's what makes me think that he will eventually be taken to hospital later this evening. But right now, he got to sing the song, and now he's going in, and everyone from the club, this is the board, Simon Lethland's just heading in now. Like, everyone is going into this meeting room. I think it will be a fun chat for Brett Ratton in there to dissect this one. We will have Jack Billings for you as soon as the meeting winds up. Hopefully not too long.
Thanks, Hodgie.
I was going to say, that's the best result.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I don't want to downplay how horrendous that broken nose was, but a broken nose is a better result than what I expected.
Oh, exactly.
It to be.
Because I thought you're thinking jaw, you're thinking maybe skull. And the other thing is about it, you don't run on your nose. I mean, there's been plenty of blokes with running around with you can't breathe through your nose for their career, so you end up getting it done at the end of your career. So, straighten up, you're not there for your looks. If you want to be a model.
One of your players got me in the 2011 granny, Mick, and I put my nose sideways. And Swanee accidentally gave me the backwards headbutt in that one.
And look at you, you're still beautiful looking.
Hasn't affected your marketability whatsoever.
No. That modelling career in Milan is still in my future.
You're on every second ad when I watch TV, so...
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Oh, the boy from Geelong, you know. Goodness gracious me.
I do that to annoy you all.
The Saints have...
Can I just say, one of the most annoying players I've ever coached in my life is Guy McKenna, because he said, I'm unique, I've got red hair. And look at this, I've got a bloke next to me who says the same thing.
Us redheads always stick together.
Oh, he says that too. He says that
to the very end.
St Kilda by 15 points. They snap a 3-game losing sequence. They get themselves to 9-6. They're in the 8 tonight. They're in 7th spot on the table. Carlton remain in 5th. They're 10-5. They do have 15 on the injury list, the Blues. It was amazing the victory they had last week against the Dockers, and really, they kicked themselves out of it tonight. They had 28 scoring shots to St Kilda's 23. And it was particularly dramatic after quarter time. So the score at quarter time was 3-6 to 2-4. And from that point on, St Kilda kicked 11 goals, 3. Carlton at the other end kicked 8 goals, 14. So that's some wayward kicking from the Blues.
Just going to go through your injuries there.
Yep.
If Carlton play the 15 that are injured,
yes,
they won't win another game. Honestly, have a look at some of the names you're throwing in there.
It sounds a bit dramatic if I say there's 15 on the injury list and people think, gee, that's a lot of players out. They're missing the same kind of players 6 or 7 times, though.
Can I have the names again, please?
From top to bottom?
Yep. Yeah, and we'll slow them down because we can tell you whether they get a game or not.
All right. I'll start with the high calibre names. Wiedering?
Yes.
Oh, clearly.
Probably back next week.
McGovern?
No.
Pitternet?
Yes.
Williams?
Maybe.
Maybe a fit Williams, yes.
They're paying him that much. He's playing.
A fit Williams, yes.
What am I up to? 4.
But you've got to drop someone out for him, though.
Yep.
Oscar McDonald's done for the season.
Matt Owies?
I like Owies.
Jack Martin?
But then you got Jack Martin hasn't really set the world on fire, and then one of these forwards that is putting great ground pressure on. Do you take Motlop out for him?
Yeah, it's probably Josh Honey. Or Josh Honey for Owies, probably.
Yeah. Marchbank.
Yeah. Then the other guys are all the... So they're all the depth guys. This is what I mean, where they've lost the centre half back multiple times. So Kel said Marchbank, Oscar McDonald, Durden, Parks can play key in defence. So they're missing that kind of guy over and over again. And then you got your fringe players like Lockie Fogarty, Boyd, Cunningham, Ed Curnow, and young Philp.
Well, if Ed Curnow was fit, I wonder if he'd get back in there. So he can't go back through the midfield, and he ended when he was playing late last year or early last year. He was a high pressure forward and kicking goals.
I love Ed.
He's kicking goals.
I absolutely love him, but no, only because I think Owies, Durden, throwing Motlop in there now. I think that gives it a whole different dimension.
Yeah.
It's Pitternet and Wiedering, isn't it?
Yep.
They're the ones that they're...
Big ends.
Because Williams can't win one-on-one football. He never has been able to win one-on-one football. And as a backline player, I think Hill gets away with it because they use him so often. But you've got to be able to win it's like when they put Sinclair back, they put him back and trialled him, and he was winning his one-on-ones. And if you do that, and you can get your run going as your natural, well, you can play there. But when you can't win one-on-one, the step into September is enormous. If you are a haven't got the ability to win that one-on-one with a forward.
So that's a really interesting discussion. This is where the match committee once everybody's healthy, gets really, really difficult because wingers are just high-end aerobic, end-to-end. So Zach Williams isn't a winger in the way that Modern's played. So that's O'Brien, Cottrell, those types of players. Langdon at Melbourne.
Saints got away with it tonight because Wood just did nothing as a winger tonight.
So... midfield, Williams? I don't think so. I don't believe so. And I don't think he's fit enough. So then that puts him as a creative half-back. So you'd then have to get rid of either Newman, Sam Doherty or Adam Sard. I don't think any of those are getting moved out of the side.
Well, you can't have two of those type players playing. only one can sit off. Only one. If you play two sitting off and they argue with each other, guess what happens? You get scored on.
They'd celebrate with the winners, St Kilda, by 15 points to move back into the top 8. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms.
We appreciate Jack Billings coming straight over to speak to us. Jack, can we just take us in that coach's room meeting? What was said in there over the last 2.5 minutes? Because that was unbelievable, the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it was really pretty quick and short and sharp. We just spoke about our performance tonight, and clearly we've been down for 3 or 4 weeks, and we really set ourselves this for tonight during the week, and the way we trained and went about it. We just wanted to execute that tonight, and that was probably the most pleasing part. We played as a group, and everyone contributed and played their roles, and I guess it was a good win, but that's the way we want to play every week. So I guess the conversation sort of ended it. That's how we want to go about it. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. Carlton are a good side, obviously, but we're going to keep playing like that each week.
Just character building. Like, were you aware of the carnage towards the end that Howard was off, subbed out? Rowan Marshall was down in the rooms getting a concussion test. Obviously, Clark and Butler were knocked themselves out. There was no one left on the bench at one stage.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty gutsy to run out the game the way we did. And especially Hunt, he's had a rough run the last couple of years with injuries, and every time he sort of puts his head over it, he seems to get a knock, and it doesn't really work that way. But his luck returned, and I guess those sort of contests and the way we were able to run out the game sort of typified how the game went for us, and it was really pleasing.
Nick was trying to get me to describe Hunter's nose. How would you best describe the angle it was going?
It was sort of like... it was sort of like a ski ramp. So it was a dint in the middle, and then it sort of like scooped up. I don't know if there's a photo of it. I'm really feeling for him.
And then the blood spattering was like it was in a movie set.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, it'll make a good photo if there's one. But poor bugger.
Jack's been good enough to have the cans on, guys. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling upstairs.
Well, Jack, well done on the win. A fantastic response. I know it's been a really tough few weeks. During the week, the training, the meetings, can you take us back to those? Was it a simple focus on one or two things? Was it a really positive week? Was it a soul-searching week? Can you talk us through that?
I guess, to be honest, I think the Brisbane game a couple of weeks ago was a little bit like that. Like, we had some pretty tough conversations, and then it's a really fine line, AFL footy. It's such an even competition. You've got to bring your best every week. And sometimes, teams have a bit of a lapse. I know Melbourne had 2 or 3 weeks where they were a bit down. And I think the biggest thing this week was about not losing our confidence and realising we actually are a good team. We were with the win-loss because, we've earned those games. So we just need to believe ourselves and just really roll the sleeves up and keep working hard in our game. We did, obviously, the stern conversations continue, but at the same time, encouraging each other in terms of the way we want to play, and if we see specific asks on the field that we really rate, celebrate those. So it was a bit of both.
Jack, just with your own game and your own form, game number 5 now for the year. Are you sensing the match fitness really increasing in that midfield time? And how's the body travelling along?
Yeah, obviously I missed most of the first half of the year. I did 3 or 4 hammies over the pre-season and right on the eve of the season. So it was obviously really slow to get back. And like you said, I'm just, as the weeks go on, I'm feeling a lot better in the legs, and just trying to play my part, and hopefully keep building towards the end of the season, and we keep playing good footy.
Hey, Jack, I'm just intrigued. 3 or 4 hammies over the pre-season. Have you been able to pinpoint why and change things?
Not really. We obviously looked into it. Unfortunately, a lot of them are all sort of separate incidences, and the first 2 were on one leg, and then the last 2 were on the other. So, I don't know, sometimes a bit of bad luck, but so far I've had a lot of continuity the last couple of months. So, hopefully I can keep going.
Jack, well done. I just think that the Saints need you in the side. You just got that finishing. You're tough at it. Just go back to the first game you played. Now, I might have this wrong in chronologically, but you played a game. Did you get dropped the week after?
No, I played the first two. And then, Raston picked me
third.
The week after that, and just wanted me to work on a bit of my reaction stuff. And I guess I was still playing well. I was happy with where I was at, but I think because I've missed so much footy, didn't pick me. So it is what it is. Obviously a bit flat, but I guess since I've returned from my hammy, personally just been playing good footy and playing my role, so that's all I can control.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this might be a strange question. With the talk about contracts, and I'm not talking about yours, I'm talking about Brett Ratton's, is there any talk in the rooms, about Clarkson, about, your coach, Brett Ratton? Is it distracting at all?
No, it's not. To be honest, I haven't really spoken to anyone about it. Obviously, it's spoken about in the media and things like that. But
so it's not getting you blokes at all involved. Clearly you can't get involved with club selection, but in terms of it's something that you just move on and just play week to week. Yeah,
definitely. I can only talk about the conversations I've had around the club, but I haven't really spoken to anyone about it. And I guess hopefully, obviously for Rats, is hoping we can keep winning, so it gets that extension.
Just on, we spoke about Hunter Clark. What about Dougal Howard? Is there any news on him there? Are you aware of his type of injury? Did he go in with an injury to his knee?
Yeah, it was an interesting one. Like, I obviously saw the incident in the half-time and just asked if he was all right, and he seemed to be. And then obviously the first contest in the second half, he obviously couldn't really turn, and then it ended up being his knee, I think meniscus. And
meniscus.
I don't know. I think he said his pain's not too bad, but he just, I think he just couldn't really turn. So a bit disappointing for him, but I think he'll get a scan and see how he goes.
Jack Billings with us from the Saints, St Kilda by 15 points over Carlton, back into the top 8. Jack, just before we let you go, there'll be St Kilda fans driving home thinking, gee, that was good tonight. Boy, we played a good brand of footy, but where was it the last 3 weeks? I guess if you were to give us just a simple explanation, what did you do tonight that had been missing in the previous month?
To be honest, we haven't been great the last month. There's more than one area that we need to fix up. I think for us it always starts around the contest. So winning the ball, but also our pressure's been down a lot the last couple of weeks, and when we're at our best, we're getting after them, and our pressure's really, really strong, and so that's probably the biggest part. Then I guess collectively, just defensively, I think a couple of weeks ago against Essendon, they just sliced us with the ball, and it felt like we were just chasing them all night, and that's because we weren't quick enough to defend and transition. So they were probably the biggest parts. And last week, actually, with our ball use, we made it so easy for Sydney. So again, this week we spoke about really shifting the ball and running to provide options, and I thought we did that really well tonight, and especially off our half-backs. Like, the amount of times Hilly and Sinks just were really aggressive with their run, but also it was just creating plays for us. It was really good.
And Jack, your run home's pretty tough. Starting here next Saturday night, you're going to play your 150th against Fremantle. So as it stands on the ladder now, that's 4th v 7th. Just maybe your thoughts before we let you go on your run home, starting with the Dockers next week.
Yeah, it's obviously a really tough run home. I guess at the end of the day, if we want to make it, we're going to have to be good enough, and the only way to do that is beat these sides in the top 8. So, I guess really looking forward to it. You really get yourself up for those big games like tonight. Can't wait for Freo next Saturday night, and the guys will be ready for it.
It was fun to watch, Jack. Thanks for the entertainment. Enjoy the moments, and good luck on the run home.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Jack
Billings from the Saints, a 15-point win over Carlton. So 14-9-93, the Blues 10-18-78. A 15-point win for the Saints in front of over 43,000 in the house tonight at Docklands. Another twist, another turn in this pulsating season. So St Kilda back in the 8 with 7 to play.
And he summed it up beautifully. Owned up to the fact they've been really poor, and there wasn't just one area they needed to fix up. There was multiple. But their challenge is backing it up and doing it again next week against a really good opposition. who, if you are a little bit off at the contest or a little bit off with your pressure, will absolutely torch you on the outside. They're very good in the contest as well, but they'll torch you with speed on the outside. So the Saints have got to back it up and play exactly like that again.
Huge game, pivotal game, isn't it? When you think, the Dockers were burnt here last week. And that was Carlton's first loss here. They were 5 from 5 at Docklands for the season. So their first loss, but they thrashed Fremantle here by 31 last week. And just have a look at this run home, St Kilda fans. It starts with the Dockers and then it's the Dogs here. Then it's West Coast over in Perth, and they haven't beaten West Coast in the West since 2010.
And they're getting slightly better.
They are, aren't they?
Especially over there.
Correct. And then the Hawks back here, and then the Cats in Geelong, Brisbane here, and Sydney here. It's tough.
A few here, which is good, but that is a tough run.
Well, Blues have got theirs is very interesting. If you have a look at the Blues, they're
they got West Coast in Perth next week.
Yeah,
Cats at the MCG.
Well, that's massive because I reckon the Saints did extremely well and they thoroughly deserved it. But if you're going to have any bona fide assault of the flag, you've got to knock over a Geelong who are constant finalists.
And then they've got Giants and Crows. How's this for the 3 to finish with for Carlton? Brisbane, Melbourne, Collingwood. Collingwood and Carlton, round 23.
Friday night.
They haven't confirmed it, have they? No, I was about to say, I'll be seeing you there Friday night.
Well, the other thing is they might put it on the Sunday and essentially say, look, it could all come down to this to decide who makes the 8 and who doesn't. Imagine that as the last game of the year.
But you want it live. You don't want a dead rubber, just in case. Depends where Collingwood is.
The other game is, I think, Brisbane-Melbourne's in the last round as well.
Right.
So that would be your other option as a Thursday, Friday night-ish type fixture.
You've got to do Thursday, Friday, surely. Thursday, Brisbane and Friday at the G.
Would we get 90,000 or not that? 85,000?
Oh, you get more than 80,
You have to. I think they got 80 earlier in the year, didn't they? You'd have to be.
Well, there's Collingwood, Carlton, and both are in the 8. Can you imagine what that's like?
Yes.
Playing for positioning.
The Saints.
So they might play each other the next week. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but imagine that. First elimination final and they go again.
Could we get a Carlton-Richmond elimination final? Just like that one famously.
Yes, the famous one.
That was as loud a crowd. I was working on the boundary.
Same.
Unbelievable.
Yes, I swear that's the loudest crowd I've ever felt at a G.
How was it behind the glass, Mick, on that occasion?
You were
crowd
with arm.
It was
controlled.
Well, we were in a bit of bother.
You were.
And
then a certain number 5 started just turning
he did play very well. I remember bringing players up the ground, though, see if we can get the Tigers squeezed up and then maybe have some, which turned out Yarran and Gartlett and Betts all were able to get out the back. So,
as an Essendon supporter, I'd just about given up on footy that year by the time we got to September that year.
Sorry, Corbs. I shouldn't have brought it up.
St Kilda by 15 points. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
All right. I have had a conference with my colleague here, and we've come up with the one vote's going to Paddy Ryder. Just the influence in the middle of the ground. Forget about possessions or anything like that. Influence is huge. 2 really important goals as well. Was terrific all night. 2 votes to the man who kicked 4 goals. A couple in the first quarter and then stood up so well in the last quarter. Tim Memory gets the 2 votes. And 3 votes goes to the most creative attacking player, I think, for the entire 4 quarters. Other players played well at times, but Jack Sinclair ended up 37 disposals, 11 marks, 6 inside 50s, just took the game on, had 1 little blemish where he gave up a goal, but that's going to happen when you're trying to create as much as what he does. I thought he was brilliant for the night.
Absolutely. And even though he was semi-tagged, was still able to get into position to feed off at the back of the pack.
Yep.
So 3 to Sinclair, 2 to Membry, 1 to Ryder.
1 to Ryder. Jack Steele, Paddy Cripps, Jade Gresham, unlucky, but I just think Ryder. We both think that Ryder was his influence was huge for the night.
Yeah. Yep.
All the housekeeping in 50 seconds. So the NRL tonight, Newcastle over the Gold Coast by 26 points, 38 to 12. Penrith beat the Sydney Roosters 26 to 18, and Australia have won the first test by 10 wickets over Sri Lanka inside 2.5 days. So Sri Lanka in their second innings all out inside 23 overs. Tomorrow morning, we've got SA Grandstand for those of you in South Australia. We've got the lead in Victoria and Tasmania, which you'll be part of, Lingy, of course, alongside Adam Ramanaskas and Matt Clench. And Mick, you'll be on Sports Talk into WA alongside Mark Duffield. We had an interesting story in the paper today around Adam Simpson and Clint Wilton, of course, your host. The footy continues just after 1. Our coverage starts from the MCG for the Bombers and the Swans. Great to have you back, Kel.
Good to be back with you, boys. I enjoyed it.
The footy continues across the weekend. Thanks for your company tonight. The Saints by 15.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit in your inbox every Friday.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter
for content that makes you think
or allows you not to.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
Can you be more Pacific? On ABC Radio Australia.
Whakalofa hiatu and welcome to Can You Be More Pacific? I'm Dean Hallertau, and as always I'm joined by my awesome co-host Sarah Nangama. Hello Sarah.
Hello Dean and Bulavinaka to all of our listeners. We are back for another week of this amazing show. Coming up in the next hour, we take a look back at the weekend in sport. We have an interview with Henry Perenara and we have a new question for our favourite segment, You Can Ask That. So there's plenty to get through in the next hour, but first, Dean, how was your week?
Week's been busy and good. I went over to Perth for the second Origin, so that was like a bit of a quick hit. I flew in on Sunday morning, flew out Monday morning, so it was kind of rushed. I didn't really see anything other than...
Did you get the red-eye flight?
No, I came back in the morning, like at 11 o'clock, so it was a nice exit from Perth.
Must be nice.
Yeah. Very lucky and very grateful to be able to get that. And Pacific Tests on Friday. It was rep weekend in rugby league, so I was lucky enough to beat a lot of games. And... yeah, it was awesome. Loved watching the Pacific Tests, actually. They were always lots of fun, lots of culture, and lots of atmosphere. So that was great. How about you, Sarah? What have you been up to?
My week has been quite busy. I actually did something really cool last week. I was asked to MC an event at the Australian Museum, and the exhibition was called One Soul Moana, and it was a celebration of all the Pacifica cultures here in Sydney. So it was great to see the likes of Matavai and different Kapahaka groups come through and share their culture through song, dance, and just sharing with us, really. And it was really special to be a part of it because I haven't really experienced anything like that, but the Pacifica culture here in Sydney is very much alive, and it was great to witness firsthand.
Oh, it is very much alive. We've seen that, as I mentioned, on Saturday night, and well done, Sarah, getting out amongst it and MC extraordinaire.
Oh, just try my best. On the note of you going to Perth, there's so much happening.